Well, hello. Doing more Fusion 360 today. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's see. Why would YouTube Studio think that if you're doing a live stream, you want to listen to your own live stream? What is that? Why is there even a volume on this? I guess Twitch does the same thing. Well, like, I don't need this view. I guess just to know that I'm broadcasting. Let's take this out of here. This is the YouTube account. Actually, I'm uploading at the same time that I'm streaming. I hope that's gonna work out. Is anybody getting dropped frames or anything? I don't think so. Let's put the phone on the charger. All right. All right. This goes all the way over here to get buried under other windows. I need one of those plugins that rearranges all your windows to where they need to go, because I should be able to just click a button and have everything go into place and be ready to go, but I'm not smart enough to do that. No, I just haven't dedicated the time to doing it. Alrighty. How we doing? Yesterday I uploaded 8 videos. 8. And I got to the portion of January 2023 where I started to play games for a week, just as like the end of the year kind of celebration. So the game streams are a lot easier to upload. They're so much easier to upload because you just go through major events and it's like, well, I crashed there, but that's not like the end of the chapter. But my first playthrough of My Summer Car, I can just do, here's my first run, here's my second run, here's my third run. And I drowned in the digital lake. Got all kinds of stupid little things in those chapters that I don't think people are really going to see. All these little like in-jokes for the person editing. Like every chapter starting at 46 seconds is not something that really I think people notice. This is the kit to replace the glass on my cell phone. I have a replacement glass. Oh, go to sleep. I have a replacement glass because I got all these fractures on the outside, because I don't run a protector on the cell phone, and it routinely like just launches itself out of my shirt pocket. So I bought one of the kits to redo the glass, and it came with everything but the glue. Because what you have to do is you have to actually you have all these adhesives to go around the perimeter of the glass. You've got cleaning stuff, and then you have fucking garrote wire. You have to actually like strangulate your cell phone. You have to use the wire to peel all of the sticky stuff away and get the glass away, and then you have to clean up in its wake. You have to clean up the surface and remove all of the former glue. I don't know if that's something that we should do together or not. I'm going to use some of that furniture stuff that I have, the furniture like tie-down stuff. Party Parrot. Why is that not becoming an icon? How's it going, Fair Shucks? Fair Shucks and Wayne Johnson. I don't know if that's me saying something in another language. I gotta be more wary of that. Some people probably have screen names that are like horrible insults in other languages. Wait, why is it double showing up in Social Stream? Hold on a second. Do I have a window open that I don't know about? Yes, I do. Wait, hold on. Let me double check. I gotta run through all my windows here. Oh yeah, okay. So there's yesterday's. I can get rid of that. All right, now it should just be taking from one source. Test these. Yeah, there we go. Just one message. Do I have another YouTube window open too? Oh my god, I do. No, wait, that's the right one. That's the social stream. That is an Amazon window. I should be closing that one. That was our RC car research. Okay, so there's my working browser. Yeah, there we go. That works. Faircious. Where's that come from? What is that? I never know what that is. I'm so beat. I did 8 videos yesterday. It was a lot of going through videos. And just at the end of last stream, Solid Electronics, Fernando, is that what? Oh, there we go. We'll just run it again. There we go. Thank you, Solid Electronics, for 19 months last stream. at the very end. It's like right when I hit end. Right when I hit end. My dog is barking at the garbage people. Not that the people aren't they're the people they're the ones that, you know, take they're not awful people. They're probably pretty nice. I don't really know them. Here's the speed controller that I bought. I really like it. It's on sale. I wonder if that means there's a new version coming out. Specifically for sensor-less motors. I don't think I need a sensor on the motor of this thing. This thing's so fast. Yeah, right. I think she just got the door closed on her. Whenever that happens, she mopes. These are from the safe. These are what held the pallet onto the safe. I'm wondering if I should try to find the furniture legs that I had extra and put them under the safe. Apparently there was a burglary nearby recently, and it was a pretty serious one too. Apparently it involved hostages, which is fucking ridiculous. So people are pretty paranoid around here suddenly. It's like, dude, they already robbed a place in the neighborhood. They're not gonna have anything to do with any other house in the neighborhood. How much does just that motor cost? If I got an orange censored one, how much would that cost? And does DOS Micro have a spare parts? Would it Rocket RC? What is that one? That one's like a bunch of kV. It's always like an individual thing. It's not like an overall. The Rocket RC orange motor. Yeah, 9,500 kilovolt is kind of insane. Oh, well, there's actually, wait, is that with the speed controller? That's just the motor. 37 bucks? That's like what I paid for the sensorless one. Oh, they only have two. 35 and 68, not the 90. RC10? No, this is WL Toys 989. This is a 1/24th scale. WL 989. Unfortunately, I didn't put the right title in the previous YouTube video. I forgot. I did a terrible thing, and that's probably why we had like no views on YouTube. Yeah, the small. So what happened is the pandemic hit. I actually have a full road all-wheel drive. I'm pointing like this because it's sitting like back in the back of the desk. It was like a FreeCycle thing, I think. I think a buddy of mine is on FreeCycle because he shows up with a toolbox and this 1/10 scale, just brutal like RC car. And so I looked at like RC car stuff and I'm like, this is way too expensive. So during the pandemic, I'm sitting around here and going, well, I need something to do like indoors. And so I got going down the road of 1/24th RC cars. And this actually started with Djibouti Show. It started with Djibouti Show, and a while back, Djibouti Show I actually bought two of these. I spent way too much money on this. The Mario Kart Home Circuit, and the genesis of the Mario Kart Home Circuit was the WL989 kit. And they had a WL989, and they outfitted it with a Raspberry Pi Zero W, and then a stalk with a camera. And that's how whatever Scandinavian development company made Mario Kart Home Circuit. Well, I thought it would be really fun to cheat, be a little slimy cheater at Mario Kart and put like a better motor and some other better, like, you know, light stuff in there to make this subtly better. Well, that got out of hand. And so I decided to take all of these RC cars that I bought, because I bought two of these and I bought two of these. Which is why you see two kind of complete kits here. But the project got away from me, and I decided that I would just make it into a normal RC car, right? I was like, you know what, enough is enough. I'm gonna make it like a normal RC car. Yeah, I know, that's every single RC car thing. So I started buying up, actually I already had bought up a lot of the metal parts for the WL989. And the thing about with the metal parts is, oh, it's only 20 bucks. Oh, it's only 20 bucks. Oh, it's only 20 bucks. 2020 turned into 2021, turned into 2023. Now it's 2024, and I've got all this stuff, and I really want to kind of make at least one good pass at an RC car. And so over the past couple streams, we've put together this kit with the 9500 kilovolt motor that I bought. I finally went 3-phase after failing to create my own circuit board. I created a circuit board for this because I wanted to make it a 1S RC car, 1S with one of these Tamiya motors, and that turned out to not really work out. I got everything together, and it just see what I can build for sub 200. That's tough because you have to like lay down rules, because you will violate every single rule that you try to lay down in that regard. Because you sit down and you go, well, 200 bucks that's not going to get me very far. What if I forget about shipping? What if I do this? Oh, I already have this. Yeah, it's good to lay out a budget like that, and I probably should have done that with this. I've had fun with it though, and we've made a lot of content on it. What we're doing today is we're going to try to pack all of the DAS micro electronics into part of the thing that holds the servo, because I got this thing running and I did a couple runs outside with it. Holy shit, this thing goes like 2S on this thing, and this RC car is the fastest RC car bar none that I've ever had. And I used to do 1/10 stuff. The 1/10 stuff, everything is $40 and $50. With the 1/24, everything is $20, $10. But yeah, I think the end goal for the Mario Kart home circuit is going to be to get the professional differential in here, and then somehow mount the back wheels. I'll have to take advantage of how the back wheels are created in order to get the spacing distance, because it's a lot wider stance. It's a kind of a slightly different animal from your typical RC. Remember, only Twitch can hear the music right now. If you guys are watching this intro and you're like, there's like a void in the background, it's kind of a weird quiet and bothers singing along to odd stuff, it's because I am running the music on Twitch, the only thing that I can do. Otherwise, because oh my god, if you look at the lineup of videos that are coming out, let's here. The lineup of videos that are coming out, I'm not quite done scheduling all the way into January, but at the end of January, you guys will have a week of game streams. So it's mostly my summer car, but I had a lot of fun playing during the end of January. Sorry, the end of December, actually. These are from 2021, but you look at this, all of these have multiple different copyrights. It's a mess, and so I've got to mute all of that. But yeah, if it seems oddly quiet, hop on over to Twitch and check us out. You'll hear the music. The music doesn't go the whole time, it just goes during the intro. RTR cars like $120, and parts are cheap. Entire brass kit for the SCX24 is only $25. That sounds a lot like the WL Toys kit. I mean, the WL989. Okay, where did it go? WL Toys 128. I guess they unlisted it or something. That one looks like the right thing. Yeah, K989. I thought it was WL989. Anyway, this kit right here, when you get it, it's not great, but you can get tons of compatible hardware for it. That's more like replacement parts, but those differentials, I should probably look into getting differentials like that. The metal ones, you can get them in different colors, even though you can't see it. But there's tons of kits like it. Like here's a metal version of the WL989. Yeah, this is everything is metal. That's $109. Oh. I would understand getting the metal kit though, because holy crap, when you crash this thing, the only problem is there's no A-arm on the top of that spindle. But yeah, this thing, if you put a 2S motor and a 3-phase thing, it's like too fast. You'll probably break the carbon fiber when you crash. But this is pretty much what I've done, except for the differential housings. I would like to get a different differential housing that has like the ability to have an A-arm, because that little thing there, it just makes the whole thing tilts back and forth. RC helicopter drone 80 centimeters. Those are fun. Yeah. I didn't want to do drones indoors because they're loud. I decided that I would like to build like a little drift car just for the pandemic. You see here, it's like $15 for a carbon fiber chassis. That's what's been going on over the past couple of years of this project. I have been living vicariously through my inner child, building RC cars. But yeah, the whole thing was supposed to start with this, but I would like to make this as fast as this. It probably won't be. It has a little bit more weight with all the plastic. Well, this might actually be heavier. New to all the RC cars. I've been doing RC since I was a little kid. I had an RC10B3 way back in the day. A million years ago. Back before lithium-ion batteries. Those certainly changed the landscape. 2 slashes, SCT, and a drag. I don't actually know what any of that stuff is. Tamiya Hornet. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's something to do, you know? I got plenty of other projects that I do need to work on, though. We'll get to them. I just wanted to get some stuff done with this because I've been trying to get a video of this thing going top speed, and I can't. Every time I try to go top speed, I blow it up. It explodes every time. So one of the things that I want to shore up is all the electronics, because it's only a matter of time until all these loose wires catch on something. And I didn't put connectors on anything, except for the servo. The servo has a connector, but everything else is soldered directly, because I'm me, and I had to do things my way. Or you actually have to remove the electronics from this thing. There you go. I have to measure this board and put down a couple components. Get the gyro off of it too. We'll have to figure out how to rearrange everything to fit. Oh no, when did that break? Actually, it probably broke just now. This is an old album. When is this from? Well, it was uploaded 8 years ago. It's Blumencraft from OTT. OTT Blumencraft. It's a good album. I like it. I used to listen to it all the time. Back in the day, there were wires and components everywhere. That's why you put a body on it. With the WL kits that I've seen people build, they just put everything on top of the top bar. So you've got your car, your RC car, and then you got like a big box sitting here. They put the big receiver like right on top. Everything gets crushed in this area. And with the DOS Micro stuff, everything is so small that I could potentially fit it in just like a plastic cover right here. So I could have a covered electronics section. I don't know about totally covered, but I can definitely fit everything above this servo motor that I do have a full 3D model of. Oh yeah, other stuff that we got going on. I got all the parts that I think I need in order to build another modular synthesizer module, a digital one and a DIY one that Speedy Cat linked me to. It's a YouTuber that does these DIY modules with their flavor of the week, A to D, which is all this stuff here. These little cheapo Alibaba things. It's like very cheap to get little, what is this? MCP 4725. I think we've heard of this one before, but it's just a little 2-channel A to D. And then you have an ESP32, which is 32-bit, so it can do a lot of good sound stuff. And then one of these OLED screens. And they actually have multiple different modules that they've built with this stuff. So we need to figure out which one we want to build. And then, of course, the other stuff is a perforated prototyping board and a TL072 amplifier. Worst thing is when you crash it against something and a million pieces appear. I haven't had that happen. I've had the model hits a pebble and flips out and then lands on the top. And since I have the monoshock, in order to save weight, I guess. You don't really need to save weight with this. I just have the monoshock because it pulls stuff up here. I probably should do shocks, like individual shocks on the thing and put the shock towers back in, but I didn't want to do that. So I did a monoshock so that when the car flips over, it'll hit this and break it. But this is the fused component right here. This top little piece that does the shock, leverage is designed to break. Even though it's a pain in the ass to change out, if I hit here, this pops out, the wheel gives way, and then things don't get as damaged. I'm not sure how the thing would explode during a top speed run with all metal parts. I fear that, in fact. Because it would probably bend this piece right here, and that's an annoying thing to have bend on you. Especially because it's aluminum, and then the middle piece is steel. So the steel will rip the threads out of the aluminum. So I need to have multiple metal of these little adapter pieces up top. Or it'll kill the screw, or it'll bend the shaft of that component. I mean, I guess if I can source more of these little guys, maybe we could do the metal upgrades. There's also a version of this that has sort of like an open differential, and it's all metal in there. And I did break one of the connecting pieces of the differential, so it's under debate as to whether or not I should buy metal everything. I really don't want to go all metal with it. The worst crashes are the ones when you go directly straight into a curb and the thing just goes pop, and then nothing functions anymore. It's like, oh no, what have I done? I still have yet to get to the end of a battery on this thing. I have not been able to get to the end of a battery. I think I did once. I think once maybe. But mostly I have not been able to get all the way to the end of a run before I break this thing. It like, oh god, it'll just go off on anything. It's crazy. Why does everything seem out of focus to me? Maybe it's me. But yeah, we're gonna try to model this area right here. And as evidenced by the 3D prints, I've already modeled it, but I need to get all the proper stuff in there. The servo saver, we're not going to model that, but I want to move the servo back just a touch. Looks like this one might have been moved back. Probably want to remake the servo holder. Unless that's too much work. It's not really that much work. I mean, it's just a platform with a couple posts. Yeah, this one's moved forward a little bit. I want to just scooch it a tiny bit back because the servo saver is rubbing on, or is it? That's not touching at all right now. I think it's down to whether or not this piece is failing. There's a microscope aimed. It should be aimed where I'm working. Let me move it a little bit. See all the dirt that it's picked up? See, that like barely gets by when this thing is in good shape, but if that gets knocked, I guess it's not right up against it. All right, maybe we don't need to move it. That's an indicator that something else is wrong when they get too close. Like both of these get knocked and move everything back. Yeah, maybe we don't need to move it. Lurking. All right. We don't have a lurk command. God, my dog is going nuts at the door right now. Something's going on. Oh, you know why? It's because I tightened up the servo saver like a lot. I don't know if it's badly adjusted or not. Whoa, why is that moving? That probably shouldn't move. Oh yeah, let's check up on Fusion. Make sure that we're all up to date. Make sure I'm up to date with Fusion. Looks like we are. I wonder what's going on with Fusion Team. Maybe they took the year off. I guess we'll start with this, because this is already all laid out the way we want it to be. The question is, do we need to do that there, or do we need to do it on the main model once we, assemble everything? Because like, if I just take this one to be sacred, because it's the height of the servo, there's still some weird stuff on the model, but I guess I decided to just kind of leave it alone. I just kind of left it alone. I think it's fine. I don't like that pillar, but because this will be the basis for holding all the electronics. And I guess we'll make this, and then we'll make the motor controller, and then we can start putting everything together. It should go pretty quickly once I make that circuit board, and it's kind of always annoying to make a circuit board. This is going to be a mess of a drawing. It's just so many components. We could do sub-assemblies, but I don't like doing those in something like this. All right, let's see. Did they update uBlock Origin yet? Nope, still don't match. They'll get to it. YouTube is unusable at the moment because if you're trying to use uBlock Origin to block ads, they updated stuff. They pressed a button on a console at HQ and numbers started flying through, probably AI, and they made a new, I don't know, a new detection for ad blocks. And so on the other side of things, some kid at a laptop got some notification and then started typing away furiously to generate something that will still block the ads. I'm not exactly sure how all that stuff works. It's some encryption or some kind of detection that's going on in there. I've never had it fully explained to me, I think is really what's going on. But YouTube will basically update something, and then that'll catch everybody using the blocking scripts, and then the blocking scripts update, and then the internet becomes usable again. I don't know. Some people don't mind ads, and bless your hearts. You guys are better than me. Achieve more rigidity. I would like to. There is an A-arm 3D print, and that makes a whole A-arm out of this thing instead of just a little nubbly thing that comes out. How would I print that? Because I would want this thing to stick up out of it. So I need to take that A-arm model and then make a little thingy that sticks up from it. It would be nice if I could fit. The problem is I can't fit the normal A-arms because they are designed for a center thing, not a two-side thing. It would be nice to have the same A-arm at the top and the bottom. Although that would eventually shear off the plastic, I'm sure. Like, where's the other? Oh, it's still, everything's still attached back here. Everything's out of focus. Is everything out of focus? I don't want autofocus because it's too frenetic. Oh, yeah, I can just do that. What was he thinking? Is he stupid? See, because this gets a big thing right there, and the top of the thing should get the same exact thing up here. I wonder if I could fit a 3D print in this area. Well, no, there's a couple impossible things that would have to happen. That's open. Wait a second. If I had a piece that screws in on this piece and then has something that goes inside there for rigidity, then I would have the ability to put another A-arm piece. It wouldn't quite be straight over top though, and that would cause some negative camber. You don't want that. Yeah, maybe that's not in the options. Maybe that's not a good idea. These are placed inward a little bit. And if I was able to bolt this the same way, but moved in a little bit, then that would be good. I mean, if I made my own housings, sounds like a lot of work. I think that's a little bit much in terms of work. Plus, it would have to be on an axis of the 3D print where it wouldn't pop off. No, wait, no, never mind. I was like, if I run the milling machine across this thing, I could make something that bolts to the front and the back bolt and would hold the thing up here. Hey, what up, Brink GG? How you doing? Just looking at these parts and just seeing if I can come up with anything cool. Python. Yeah, these are too much stuff. They're too multifaceted. Nothing simple, huh? Just like machine most of the front and the back of this thing away, so I could just mount this to the same exact thing, but then it would get super weak. 3D print like a collar and then glue that in and then machine away this, and then the whole thing explodes as soon as I hit something. Or machine away the center of this so that the very edges fit in, and those are the super weak part that explodes. I mean, it's not a bad idea. It's not a great idea, but it's not a bad idea. Like, what if I... Now it's super dark. Hold on. If we go over here, brighten this up a little bit. Like, if I made this wider, what are those fastened in with in the first place? Because like this is what the bottom piece fastens into. This one goes into that, and if I open that up, I have much less metal holding on to the thing there, but it would mean I've got a whole ass A-arm on that part, which means it won't flex and change all the dynamic. It won't change the camber. I would have to do that to 4 of these things. Do I even have 4 of them that are not super rigid like this one is? These parts you have to get multiple of, otherwise you get ones that are seized up. You also have to grease them. That one's pretty good. We could do a test fit with one of them. Right. He said he'd do 3D modeling today, but he's screwing around with a milling machine. Well, actually, the milling machine doesn't have the DRO, so I can't get them super accurate. I mean, it can, but it takes a lot. I don't think I have... Oh, God, I'm going to sneeze. I'm going to sneeze. Everybody look out. Okay, I sneezed. Whew, that was a big one. I don't want to have to get another metal part kit. I've already got so many. How many metal parts is it going to take, bother? I dropped it. Well, I mean, that's one idea. I could sit here and file it, or take a, you know, an end mill to it, or even take use my crazy belt sander and just belt sand the front and the back a little bit and open it up to the point where it fits into this. I wonder if I have more of the, whatever bolt holds that into the bottom. What holds this into the bottom? Oh, it's like a really long screw. Okay. And then one of them is, I guess, threaded. That would eliminate this thing. It would eliminate my ability to adjust toe-in, not toe-in, whichever one that is. I forget which one it is. Caster, camber, toe-in. I forget which one is which. But then I wouldn't have these constantly breaking. Oh, but then I wouldn't have something to tie the shock to. I would need to make a bolt-in piece. Or like put a standoff on this, and then it would be flexing out here, and the spring would be up like that. That would actually be pretty good, actually. Actually, that would actually be pretty good. Well, it would have to be like this. I think are these symmetrical? They better be. You better be. They are symmetrical. So I could put these in this way and then run like a standoff on that. That would then have the hookup to the top spring. But then this part would be pretty weak. It would, but it would be tied into 2 places, and it wouldn't allow for weird dynamics when this thing goes over a bump. I don't know, just a thought. I don't think it really matters all that much. It may move a little bit, but it's not too bad. These are the kinds of ideas that you need to like stifle. You're like, am I going to spend 10,000 hours working on this, or or is enough enough? And enough is probably enough at this point. Fun to think about, though. Gotta figure out this one too. If I can get all the parts together and print out the front fascia, if I have enough 1/4 inch jacks, I think I need to get another set of 8. Didn't I get another set? I think I burned through them. So I'm gonna need more jacks. What am I doing with my time? I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm uploading videos non-stop, uploading. It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with, but we'll be in a good place if we can get them all up. I should also switch to these wheels. Do I have any more of these? Hold on. Let's see if we can switch to these wheels. I have the 2 fronts from that pan car, the abandoned Scorpion. I could never get the 3D prints to slide against each other well. I need brass inserts to kind of achieve that. Let me just get all this stuff over here. Hold on. Get all this stuff over here. It's Thursday. We're having a good time. If you've got like a little toy from Christmas that takes one of these types of motors, like the generic kind, replace it with one of these, because this thing is nuts. It'll use up the batteries, but it'll do it in such a glorious... It'll be a warrior's death. These are designed to interface with a big hexagonal shaft, so I can either reprint the rear wheels, or I can try to make something that'll interface with this inner piece, which would be kind of cool, because then that could be that offset for the rear wheels on the Mario Kart. I have to make it all work in a housing like this. I have to 3D print something that resembles this and has different output for the wheels, because this goes like that. And it's super wide. It's wider than the drive shaft of the differential that I have. But that's what kind of I'm up against with the Mario Kart, is fitting this in here, in this space somewhere, interfacing to these tires. Once I do that, I have an extremely competent platform that will go incredibly, incredibly fast. But the trick is going to be mounting all that stuff. And it's been a little tricky, and I haven't really been working on it. Because, yeah, these will... I can print something that'll go in here and then have like a claw that goes out to that. And I've already modeled that. That drive shaft. I just need a 3D model of the back of the Mario Kart. I wonder if that exists. Let's see if GrabCAD is more engineering oriented, whereas on Thingiverse you get STL files for printing. They might not be super perfect on Thingiverse, but I'll search Thingiverse too. I'm sure I'm going to find something. But if I go to GrabCAD and look around there, I get more engineering stuff, which is what I like to design around, and then I'll 3D print from there. The Yoshi Mario Kart. You know, I just got finished calling you the engineering site, and then you give me this whack-looking Yoshi that's going to get a takedown from Nintendo. Yeah, they don't got nothing. All right, let's try kart inspired by Mario. Oh, God. Let's do Thingiverse. See what we got. Oh, that looks fun. A disc shooter. I remember the disc shooters from our childhood. Those things are great. You could knock stuff over with the discs. Mario Kart. We'll just do that. We're gonna get a billion things though. Mario Kart for Lego Mario. Got steering wheels. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Let's do home circuit. Banana peel, home gates, springboard. That's fun. Bumper, blocks, AR turn. Yeah, the augmented reality stuff was really quite impressive with Mario Kart Home Circuit. It's the whole advantage of the thing. I thought it would be funny to make one that goes way too fast. I would love it if somebody had a 3D model of that lower piece of the rear end, though. 360p. Do you have ad blockers? I don't think I'm running an ad blocker, but yeah, every now and then Twitch decides to roll through all of the different types of quality, even though it's like, dude, my internet's fine. Mario Kart Home Circuit 3D model. All right, what do you got, Yagi? I don't like saying Yagi. I feel like I'm cursing at somebody. Drift wheels for the Mario Kart Home Circuit. Haha, that's fun. Yeah, these are the same things. Track edging. What are we gooning? There are a lot of pages, at least. Swamp Bogger. Oh, a little stand. That's cute. Gates, warp pipes, replacement wheel. Ha! Every kind of conceivable ramp. Bumper shroud. That's pretty cool. That actually, it does everything but. It does that whole bottom pan. But I'm not looking for the bottom pan. I'm looking for the I guess the motor housing. It doesn't seem like people are exactly... Oh, and all of a sudden all those numbers go away, huh? Oh, no, never mind. I scrolled past it. I'm sorry. I was in the wrong. It looks like it's pulled back the cart part of my Mario search. The thing doesn't go fast enough for you to break it, I guess. 3D printed add-ons. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to find a model of the actual cart. It's just a blocky Mario Kart. We're probably going to have to make the part when I get around to this part of the project. Burn the subs people are probably champing at the bit. You guys see all those messages that I always get from people coming in who haven't been watching me but continue to sub, which is, you know, that's fine. I'm happy that you guys are subbed. You don't have to. You're under no obligation. But they come in, they hear, and they leave a little message about burning to the board. I'm like, dude, I haven't touched that project in a while. I got it. I hung it up on the wall a couple months ago in order to move on a little bit and like not totally burn out on the one project. It's a thing that happens. You burn out, and so I have to be careful about it. I have to make sure that I'm not completely creatively bankrupt when I'm working on that thing. There's a couple things that I want to do, a couple wiring things that I want to do, but I want to get other projects done too, because part of this stream is the variety of projects. AVS picked me as the guinea pig to test other resolutions. Twitch just gets squirrely every now and then and decides that it wants to like really evaluate whether or not you want the resolution you've set. Hold on, what if I try this? And you're like, what the hell happened? Oh, there's a bearing on the outside of the wheel. Oh, and the inside is a bearing too. I see, I see. These will not work with the WL Toys. Because every wheel with the WL Toys is a drive wheel. Now, do I have ones that are printed out? Let me just put these parts back. Man, I used to listen to this album all the time. I forgot about it. Mostly because I've not really been playing music in a lot of stuff lately. I don't commute. I used to commute to school all the time. I've wasted a lot of my life inside of a car. Give me this back. Give me the bearing. There you go. See if I can make up another set. They won't be metal wheels, but they will be this tread. This tread turns into glass when you go too fast, but it looks good. You know? That's all that really matters. It's the rule of cool, you see. Almost this whole frame is chuckable. I don't know if I want to... I probably should reduce down this frame and then get rid of it. Where'd the bolt go? Or the nut? Where'd the nut go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, see, this one has this whole system to tie everything together, but the Scorpion kit was all carbon fiber and metal and stuff. I assume it would be a pretty fast car. For the Mario Kart home circuit, I was going to take this design and just widen it. Just make a really wide Scorpion kit. But the 3D print never really worked out all that well. I have brass tubes inside 3D prints, and they're sticky. They don't. There's no suspension here. It just doesn't work. Would have been cool, but we never really got off the ground. I think if I did two pieces of brass up against one another and had one press into the 3D print, that might have been the way to go. Just two that fit together and slide nicely, and that would have worked. The PETG is just a little sticky. Yeah, see that top spring is like... anyway. All right, so I'm not going to go ahead and do that. I'm not going to do the A-arm thing, even though it would alleviate some of my complaints. Oh, I think I bought these in order to extend this drive shaft. The weird thing about this drive shaft is that it goes completely through, like, each part. It's one solid piece of titanium from here to here. And so what you have is you have a bearing in here, so that when you put the wheel on, the inner drive shaft portion spins and the wheel spins in spite of it. So whatever speed this wheel is going, your bolt will be spinning. Kind of trippy to look at when you look at the other wheel spinning forwards and having your bolt going the opposite direction, or I don't know, holding still. I forgot I got these. This was my idea for extending the drive shaft, and then I could have, I think this would fit out over here because it just locks in, and then we put another bearing on it. Probably could use a coupling to kind of hold that together. But then I'd have the same, this thing out here, piece of threaded, and then this out on the outside, and then somehow, I guess, print out my own wheel. I guess we could do that, yeah. It's not so bad. I forgot I even got that part. Hold on, let me investigate this for a minute or two more. What are we at right now? Oh yeah, I should start the stream soon. I've gotten a little distracted. This is normal. Yeah, welcome to my e-waste on the internet, where nothing happens all day. I just sit around and hang out, and I tootle around with stuff. No, we're gonna do some Fusion 360 today. We'll do a little bit of that. That'll be beneficial. Oh, the OD is different. It doesn't quite fit. I could modify this part, but I have a feeling this thing breaks the first time I crash. Oh, never mind. Never mind. It does fit. Hello. Hello there. What's going on with you? Why do you do this? Like overdo that a little bit. And then this has to go through a garbage, and it should. It does hold okay. Of course, that puts the drive wheel all the way out, and it doesn't put it inboard where we can hide it. That puts it outside of the RC car. I don't think I can do the same thing with extending this one, because this one has to couple to the disc right here. This disc is what drives the wheel, whereas the shaft and the coupling to the shaft over here drives this wheel. So like this one is totally fine to be out by the wheel, but this being outside of the RC car, being like there, is a bit of a problem. It's not that much of a problem. You would see it though, and this thing wouldn't be as crashable. It'd be sitting all the way out here. That's not that big of a deal, especially given the speed that we get out of that. Of course, then the first time I go in reverse, this thing will undo itself if it doesn't have Loctite on it, because it'll just unscrew. Oh yeah, no, I can't do that. Sorry. I mean, I could make 2 short extensions, and then this would just have an adapter on it that would place it outside a little bit, or maybe the wheel would be modified to have. Well, then that would snap off. Yeah, I don't know. Considerations. I'm going to leave this in the super extended mode and just put it back here. I'll to think about some other time. I can't believe I actually bought the drive shaft and I didn't remember. All right. Get the music out of here. Then take a huge swig of seltzer water so that I'm burping. That's all I have. It should be a glass of water. Anyway, back over to something that has the monitor on it. Get Start Soon out of here. There we are. Hi. Let's see if I can drag this over so I can actually see my own face when I'm looking at the camera. Well, look at that. I'm looking right above you guys. Anyway, hi. Welcome to the stream. Boy, I'm looking kind of ratty today. I need to get my hair cut and everything. People try to convince me that they like my hair longer, and I'm not convinced. It's a lot of maintenance. I need to shorten that up, and then I need to trim the beard because, yeah, I'm looking a little ratty today. Anyway, what else to do while looking so ratty than do, what is it, Fusion 360. We can make some parts, and we can put some stuff together so that I have a more cromulent model of the WL Toys 989 kit in the flavor of all the accessories that I've put on it. Once we do that, I can then get to what I wanted to do, which was actually designing the plastic that's going to go around the thing that holds down the servo. There's a little bit of room above the servo. To be fair, your hair's got the swoosh every guy wants. Is that this thing? Is that what that is? We can design all the stuff that's going to mount the servo and the DOS. How's the name of the thing? The DOS micro accessories. They got to go above that servo, and then I can hide some of the wiring away so that when this thing goes flying, you know, in a spiral 10,000 miles an hour into the curb, it won't catch any of the wires and unplug them. It's been kind of in danger of doing that. And I've also had the radio sitting next to the motor, which is like the wrong place for the radio to sit. There is a stipulation, though. I have to be able to get to the buttons somehow, either with a pin tool or, you know, something similar, and I got to be able to see all the LEDs on this thing. So we need to model the electronics. I already have a model for the gyro and for the radio receiver. I don't have a model for the speed controller, and that's sort of a staple component of the entire setup. That's what's making the voltage for everybody, and running the motor that's eventually going to kill the model. It's going to snap in half, and then I'm just going to give up on this. But I would like to get that done sooner rather than later, because I've been trying to get a video of this thing going top speed. And I can tell you, it's not easy to hold a phone while trying to very subtly keep a car tracking straight. I had to go get my cell phone holder, and as soon as I put that down, I discovered that a screw had just completely yeeted itself off of the model itself. It just went away. So I Loctited everything. We actually learned quite a bit about how Loctite works. Did you know that Loctite comes in an air permeable material? This plastic is permeable by oxygen. And if Loctite exists in an area with no air, it sets. So it begs the question, how do they manufacture this stuff? I wonder if they put something in it to keep it from setting for a while. They have to like inject oxygen into it? I don't think so. But like, you could imagine you can't have like a paint can full of Loctite because the stuff in the middle won't have access to air and it'll set. Weird stuff. But yeah, apparently the reason Loctite's in kind of a weirder package is because oxygen permeates this and gets to the inside of it. I didn't know that's how it worked. So yeah, anyway, we've got a lot of Fusion to do. We have a lot of stapling together to do in Fusion. Let's just get to work because we got our work cut out for us. And then first we're going to make a circuit board. That's what we're going to do first. First, we're going to make a circuit board, then we're going to start piecing everything together, because we need that motor controller in order to figure out where everything else is going to lie, and then design the electronic stuff that's going to go on top of it. So where are we with that? Where is the... Okay, it's over here. I sort of pulled it off of the model. It was double-sided taped, which I don't really like, although VHB tape is pretty damn good. I don't like having it taped down. So I think I have MOSFETs like this already. I know I have these components. I don't know if I have a button like this. I might have one with a 3D model. If I can get most of this stuff down, then I guess I gotta put the big capacitors and stuff on there. We're mostly gonna stay to the edge of this thing and have it sort of seat itself with side pressure. I think that's sort of what we need. But we need a board that is similarly shaped so that we can figure out where we want to put it within this sort of area here. I think it might have to overhang the drive shaft a little bit, because that's where we have most of our space, and the drive shaft only takes up the very bottom of this tunnel. So if we just stay out of the bottom of the tunnel, we can do things like put our radio over the drive shaft as well. It'll be a big L piece here, and it'll be a big L for us all. So yeah, let's get to that. Let's get to that. I think the entire purpose of the WL Toy of this version of the WL Toys model is going to be for designing the piece that's going to attach to here. So the piece that attaches to there is going to carry all the electronics. I think I'm okay with this model existing in the form that it does, and the servo saver is something that sticks off of the servo pretty far. It won't really collide. We were looking at that earlier. It was something that I was looking at earlier, is that this linkage right here it's huge. This is a servo saver. It's basically a spring and a ramp. What that does is that keeps you from stripping any of the internal gearings of the servo. This is like a fancy schmancy airplane servo, and it's got metal gearing in it and everything, but that still means that stuff inside could break, and I don't want to put that on this servo. The servo can put quite a bit of force into the servo arm, but I'm gonna sneeze again. Why? Give me 1 sec. It's like brewing. Come on. Okay. Okay. Maybe I'm not gonna sneeze. You're not gonna. Why am I getting sneezy? I got that sensation where your whole nose just like is on pins and needles. Okay. What are we talking about? The servo saver. You can see there's like a ramp, two pieces that'll ramp up against one another and compress the spring as they do. So when you crash, your linkages are going all over the place, and your servo tries to keep in the same position, and it's just fighting that spring instead of the force of raw nature that's trying to destroy it. When things get bad, this linkage up here, my fuse link in the servo mechanics, that hard to see piece right there, what this does is explode. And when that explodes, it saves all of the stuff around it. However, when it starts to strip out and get a little bit weaker, this will pivot backwards. And so the entire A-arm, because it's on a ball joint down here, the entire, oh yeah, look at that damage right there. The entire spindle will tilt backwards, and then the linkage gets too close and it starts rubbing. But this isn't rubbing as it is. I think it was an indication when it was rubbing before and I wanted to correct it by moving the servo backwards. It was an indication that that part had gone bad. The RC cars I had as a kid needed those. Yeah, the servo savers, they've existed for a long time. They've existed for a very long time, actually. My old RC car in the 90s had them. But it was only like the pro RC cars that had them. I want to get all this electronics into like a big block, and then I can put a connector on the motor, because that'll be much easier to work on and assemble. And it's like, look, I've already had a line break there. So let's model this little guy right here. And I guess, should I desolder everything from it? I don't know. Maybe I should leave it. Now let's get all the stuff off of it so that I can properly model it. I get the soldering iron over here. Get all the stuff off of it. We got to take 20 steps back before we can take a couple steps forward. That's just how this stuff works. I put this stuff together off camera too. Well, we got it all tuned up, and it's like scary fast. So I need to bring this to the latest rendition. Yeah, a lot of what I've been doing has been like awakening people's inner child, inner RC car enthusiast. I've had people like, damn, I haven't looked at RC cars in a while. And neither have I. It's expensive. In terms of making content and getting people to watch content, it has been pretty effective. And mostly the pandemic has kicked me back into it. We really should be working on synthesizer stuff, because that allows me to get Julian in here, and I'm much more natural when Julian's around. It was much more easy to watch my own videos that involve Julian. It's pretty funny. I've been having to watch myself, and the mental hit of having to watch yourself try to make a joke, but then being too shy to actually commit to it, and trying to do funny voices, but they're derivative of somebody else's funny voices, and I'm not doing them right. It's terrible. I need to listen to myself. I need to record myself doing impressions and like listen back at it, so I don't get them wrong. I unequivocally and universally apologize for all of my previous content. I don't know why you guys like what I do, and you know, I forgive you, and I hope you forgive me. There, I said it. The scandal that I'm embroiled in. There isn't one. Why does it seem so close? I have this on too close mode? I think I have it on too close mode. Ah, why are you tilting? Why are you getting tilted? Did you try turning your channel off? Yeah, I know one of those content creators tried turning their channel off and on again. Didn't really work out for them though. They had kind of a very soulless apology too. This is all that H-Bomber guy drama. I like his channel. Anyway, no, you know, it's fine. You guys found all of it funny. You guys laughed along with me, and we had fun on those previous videos. It's just very hard to listen to yourself, you know? Like, who is this prick? I mean, part of the listening to myself, like, cringing at your past self is good. It means you've grown. I just have never had the observation of my own actions in previous streams, and hey, you guys love it. I'm happy. You guys hate it. I'm not paying attention. All right, let's do the solder sucker on these, because I can get a good seal around them. Yeah, you're always your own worst critic. That is true. That is true. Also, my sound was... I hope my sound is much more clear these days. I guess I won't know until many, many days from now, when I publish the VODs, I guess, to the main channel and go through and do chapter markings on them. We're still getting through 2021. I did 8 videos yesterday, so now I only have 282 to go. I'm going to school now in Philly for electrical engy. That's cool. What university? Because I graduated from Drexel. Only 282. It started at 350. It started at 350. That's a significant amount. The ground plane is now sucking up all of my heat. Das Micro makes a good board. You can see the PCB has completely eaten all of the heat that I'm trying to apply to this pad. Which means when it's running a motor, all those MOSFETs are going to be dumping all of their excess heat to the ground plane, which is very nice. Associates at something, see, what is that? In Russia? CCCP? Community College of Philadelphia. And then transfer to Drexel. Okay, it's cheaper. For me, it was between Drexel and Case Western Reserve. Or wait, was it? I'm trying to remember. It was a long time ago. Come on. Where's my heat? I don't think I'm going to be able to desolder this one. Maybe let's try a little flux, I guess. Yeah, saving money on college is definitely, because like you'll have plenty of years to consider how you might have done it differently when you're paying back those loans. It took me a long time, but yeah. Of course, I had the absolutely abysmal financial decision to also have type 1 diabetes, so that was a really dumb move on my part. I really shouldn't have had type 1 diabetes. I should have waited. Would have been much smarter. Is that actually through? It looks like surface tension. Surface tension is holding solder in the middle of the via. The via is like it's like a rivet that goes through the entire circuit board, and you've got a pad on one side and a pad on the other. Pads are just exposed pieces of copper that you then tin, which is to cover them in a microscopic layer of solder, what allows you to more easily solder. Because solder to solder is very quick. It happens very instantly, and then you have really, really good contact between things. It's one of the best contacts. But when you have a via, that's like a metal tube that goes through and has a pad on either side. So the pad on either side really, really helps out. But when you have a pin that goes to a big ground plane, that can suck the heat away from that pad and the via as a result. And so you get a, like this, the nougaty center of the via sometimes doesn't have all the heat in it. And so when you suck the solder out, it'll cool and actually make a little, it'll be full of solder. The surface tension will not allow it to go away. And so it becomes very, very annoying to get the solder out of it. Desoldering braid takes advantage of that surface tension, as well as flux, which holds heat in and keeps oxygen out and holds heat in. Flux is fairly useful if you like cleaning stuff off, and I don't use flux a lot. I think that it's an affliction. It's a crutch. I also just don't like dealing with a lot of the chemicals. So we get desolder braid, we have fresh flux, and we have a hot soldering iron. Now I might want to put the very big tip on this, but I'm going to try to make this work. So that'll get up to temperature, the flux will hold in the heat, and surface tension will encourage the solder to spread throughout the desoldering braid. And you want to keep that heat on and move this off at the same time, because that way you don't end up having a little piece of this hold on. If you have like a really hot soldering iron, it will start to hurt the interface between the copper, the exposed copper pad, and the FR4, the fiberglass circuit board beneath it. And so if you accidentally have some solder solidify when you're pulling the solder braid across it, you can rip up that pad. Community College Philadelphia is running a program, or if you graduate with an associate's from them, Drexel tuition is 50% off. Holy shit. With Drexel, I started without the co-op program, and I was in the 4-year program. And what that meant is that I would have 2 or 3, maybe even 4 years of college where my break was a week long between semesters, because the semesters are smaller. That was an instant recipe for burnout. And so my GPA went, and you know, there were talks. They were like, do you really want to be an engineer? I'm like, fucking look at me. Like, yes, look at this. Of course I want to be an engineer. And so I fought tooth and nail. I went into the 5-year co-op program, got an advisor, got tutors, and just worked my ass off. And then when I was on my co-op, that was like a vacation from studying. And that ended up, my GPA skyrocketed, and I got a degree in, what did I get a degree in again? Motors and control systems, which is, later I would learn that this is some of the most complicated math that you can learn. All of my professors were burnt out, though. One of my professors was just a complete burnout. Supposedly, he was originally one of the hardest professors to study under, but he was at the point of wearing khakis and sneakers when I met him, and he was just this chill guy. And so I ended up getting amazing GPAs from all these guys. I think I struck when the anvil was hot. But then I didn't end up working for like a defense contractor. I don't know, the advent of like all the robotics that we use nowadays, I probably could have gotten a pretty good gig. I got a gig in electronics analysis though out of college, and that was the IED job that I had for quite a bit of time because, you know, hey, I'm good at electronics. Look at the stuff that I'm doing right now. This is kind of a mess. We've got kind of a situation on our hands here. We got kind of a bit of a pile up of stuff, and I got to keep everything straight. So let's get this organized so that I can move the mouse around without stuff going all over the place. Oh, Lockheed Martin. It's always, why don't you work for Boeing or Lockheed? Or they always say that. Like, oh, there's a right by the movie theater at the mall. There's a Lockheed thing. You should apply for them. It's like, maybe I don't morally want to work for the place that does the People Masher 5000 device. Like, you know, DARPA. I actually almost did work for DARPA for a little bit. I just don't. I didn't want to lie to them. The guy who was interviewing me was like, why are you being so honest with us? I'm like, look, man, I don't want to get in over my head, all right? That was a phone interview that I took, and I was completely naked at the time. We didn't have Skype back then. Well, Skype existed, but nobody used it. That would have been embarrassing. You know, DARPA calls you on in the shower. You answer the phone. This is what I told my friends when I wanted to work for the FBI. I did work for the FBI. I figured, you know, try to solve the problem of stupidity in government. And who knew that it was a tidal force that I was fighting? It was like taking a little sand shovel to the ocean and thinking that you would win. There's a lot of stupidity in government. There's also a lot of very smart people. And it's nice to identify the people who are actually quite intelligent in government. But for a large part of it, I was fighting the sheer force of stupidity. They know who I'm talking about. They know who they are. All you, the FBI man listening in on me. Yeah, I'm talking to you. They don't do that. You know, the big warehouse that has everybody's FBI agent in it? That's what the kids are joking about nowadays, is having your own FBI agent, and they're totally disturbed by the content that you're cultivating. Okay. Bada bing. Syphilid 8. What's up, bother? Hey, I'm just waxing about previous careers and going into electrical engineering, and we are about to embark on making a dummy circuit board for the DOS microcontroller so that I can create a plastic shell around everything, because when this thing crashes, it is just an absolute shower of failure. Everything explodes when this thing crashes. So I want to put a plastic housing around the electronics so that those don't break, because I'm not using connectors. What you do in RC is you use connectors on everything, and then you go out and you run your RC car somewhere, right? Preferably not directly outside of your house, but you run your RC car and then it fucking explodes and parts shower everywhere. But because you have connectors on everything, you then go in and unplug the stuff and plug in new stuff. But I can't do that right now with this. I soldered those connections. So I want to make sure that they're protected. Oh, and then the back blows up. That's fine. This is a new modular synthesizer module. Shower in failure. I thought the goal was to bathe in success. Well, here we are. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. All right, so I used Home Assistant to change "Hey, she who shall not be named" to "Hey, FBI agent." That's pretty good. Okay, we can probably keep this. We can probably keep this part. This is the part that holds on to the servo, and this car does have that right now. Both of them actually do. This is the one that's almost entirely spare parts right now, but it holds on to the servo pretty nicely, and it holds it in a good spot. It's pretty good at what it does. I'm willing to keep it. I'm willing to keep it. I think it's okay. And the servo is just sandwiched between two plates. So we'll use this as a component. That means that all we need to do is model this part, the DOS micro circuit board. So what I need to go into is the folder where I'm sequestering all of the electronic things. So that would be, because when you make a circuit board, there's a lot of mess. There's a lot of parts mess. Look at all this stuff. That's not necessarily the circuit board. There's the 3D model, and then there's, you know, all the other stuff. It's just a kind of annoying. So anyway, the DOS assembly is what we were going to engineer around last time when I made it was a brushed DC motor controller that we were going to make a plastic shell around, and that would have the gyro and that would have the radio on it. But I went to a 3-phase motor because for some reason I couldn't get the FETs working on the other one, and I don't know. It was like the pandemic was like over, and I made this thing and I tested it, and it fell so flat on its face that I just was like, I mean, even like, okay, so all things considered, I used some kind of like a designer FET. Let me go get that for reference. Let me go get that circuit board. Because I figured the wiring would be so much more organized on this thing. Where is that board? It's sitting in here somewhere. I remember seeing it. That's the old controller. Here it is. Well, it's one of them anyway. Still got a radio on it. Huh. We put a lot of programming into this, getting all the timings right on the ATtiny 85, and yeah, I just kind of like fell off of it. This is the circuit board that I designed. I had it built and everything. That's not it. This is it. Notice how it's just the size of the microscope here. So yeah, I had these FETs that were like super nice. They were like a new part at DigiKey, and boy, these things are cool. They can sure switch a lot of current. But they needed to be switched by another FET. They basically had, I forget what these were, a specific part, and it had pins on sort of the corners. Wait, those are actually installed. I just can't see them properly. Yeah, look at that. There's like a little chip there. There's a little tiny chip. Very, very small and very, very capable. But the problem is when these things trigger the FETs, I'm not getting the full force of the battery in there. But yeah, I made this whole thing. I was ATtiny 85. I had little indicator LEDs and got all the timings on it, and it's got a little button here to kind of like program it and get all the different limits on there. Labeled it motor board version 2.0.0.0.2a. All these capacitors and stuff. But yeah, something didn't work about it. That was the annoying part. Anyway, yeah, a lot of troubleshooting. That's why that one pin is lifted there. And I just never got it to work. So I decided to go 3-phase, which actually I wonder if I could use those same FETs. I don't think they go up to 2 cells, but if I could use those same FETs in something like this, like a 3-phase motor configuration. I didn't want to do the programming for 3-phase, but look, even they've got little FET trigger thingies. So they got their micro, the FET trigger thingies, and then the FETs. So I mean, like, it's like the same design. It's not. Ah, damn it! I thought we actually got the solder out of that. It looked like we did on the microscope here. That looked like it was clear, but it's not. I'll have to get the big soldering iron on it, because yeah, that's kind of annoying. So we got the button that I need to get to. This little guy right here. There's a hair right there. Can we get the hair? Can we get the hair out of here, please? Can I have a little bit of cleanliness? We need to have access to this button, and we need to have a clearing for these 2 LEDs. You ever wrote a flight controller from scratch? Do you know how much goes into a flight controller? Holy shit. No, I used ArduPilot. I've never written to my, yeah, no, never done that. I have done the motor controller that we're looking at right now. I did that one from scratch-ish. I mean, I took the features of a different motor controller and copied them, but I did do the timing and the programming, I think it was mostly from scratch. Yeah, the FETs can handle a lot of current. I think these can probably handle quite a bit. They're specialty ones, but I would have to pull up the data sheet again to take a look at it. And I figured getting all the wiring would be so much easier if I use a little board like this. But, you know, if I put it all on my own PCB. Man, it would be cool if we could design one of those orange connector things as like a wiring harness. Hey, thank you for the follows. A couple follows. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I mostly did ArduPilot. I didn't design my own. All right. So where do we start with designing our own circuit board? Well, there's a couple pieces to this process. I mean, we start with the parts. I need to find equivalent parts that I have 3D models for. And since we're not creating an actual circuit board, our schematic is just going to be a bunch of parts thrown onto the page. But let's show you guys how to do some Fusion 360. Hey, Rimdog. No cap. Show you guys how to do a little bit of Fusion 360, and you can learn sort of not really the whole process, but it will be a bit of a condensed process of creating a circuit board. We are omitting the part where I'm actually looking at parts and seeing if they're compatible with the design that I want to make, and then putting the design down on paper is also something we're not really doing. We're skipping that the design part of the PCB making process, which, you know, hey, maybe depending on your application, that might be exactly what you need to do. But for me, I don't need any circuits to be laid down. I just need a box that represents this thing. And we could do that in Fusion using their drawing tools, or we could use the plethora of parts that I already have for these things and plan out where the things go and have an actual like circuit that has the appropriate parts. So let's try to do that. We might get into the weeds a little bit. We might get a little bit sidetracked by finding the specific parts. It's becoming more prolific though. We can find a lot of good parts just on the internet searching around. B1C speed control and motor came from my RC10 B3 buggy update. Nice. Had to clean all the battery connections. Ran so fast I couldn't control at full speed. That's exactly what I dealt with this car. Yeah, with this car at full speed, you're just barely trying to keep it tracking straight. You might look at a gyro to put in there. Full speed in reverse, so hopping in while I go through more emails. I need to do that. Have to go through another 500 plus. I have 300 plus, but if I properly filter and delete all of the stuff that's unnecessary, I might get it down to a usable number. Oh, you blew it up. What did you do? Well, aside from blowing it up. So what I need to do is, instead of actually starting like using the plus sign to start a new drawing, a new 3D design, I'm actually going to go up here and do new electronics design. And it probably should be in its own folder, to be honest, but we'll just do a new electronics design, and I'm going to save that. And this is going to be, actually, what is this thing called? Hold on, before we save it, cancel, go back to our browser window, and then look at DOS Micro. We're going to call it DOS Micro V3. It's going to be V3, V1. Yeah, V3, V1. Okay, so now in order to put components onto a circuit board, we need to specify what the components are and how they're connected to each other, although we don't need to actually do that part. So we start with a schematic. So the first thing we do is, we're not linking a schematic externally, we're just starting a new schematic. And that button is right up there. And we could probably do another kind of a click to do that, but I'll just use the big button. So this is a new, why are we, wait a minute. Sim results, sim probes, nets. When did we go to dark mode on this? I guess I went to dark mode on this. Okay. I was just taken aback by this. So first thing we want to do is put components down. Our components are contained within a library. I have a library that basically it's the Oh Bother library. It's actually my real name, but it's my library of parts. And so as we collect parts in Fusion, we will have a library with them all in it. Sometimes you import an entire library in order to get just a couple components. You can move those over to your own library. I like to stay within my own library for most of the creation of these things. Every now and then you got to get out of it, and it creates just a whole bunch of mess. I need to start a new library and pull all of the stuff that I know that I will use into it and make sure that everything that goes into it has 3D models. I haven't done that yet. I think I tried to start doing that, but it was an incredible amount of work. So start off on the right foot and don't allow anything into your own personal library that doesn't have a proper 3D model. What component has a blown up piece on it though? That's what you should be looking at. That'll tell you which thing you should use. Okay, so we're gonna first put down a component. So place, component. And the first thing that I want, in order to alleviate the existential dread of the void, I want to actually have a frame on this, a proper frame that's going to kind of give us an area to put stuff. I hate this. I hate what's happening right now. I'm trying to get a little bit more room in this window, and what it's doing is expanding and making the other parts smaller. So Fusion Eagle, this is Fusion Eagle now. It's no longer just Fusion 360 because we've gone into the circuit board creating part. Fusion Eagle is just a weird design process, and there's a lot of weird stuff about how the program reacts with it because they kind of sort of shoved them both together and made a one big program out of it. Oh, waterproofed? Yikes. What the hell did you use? I never bothered to waterproof the RC stuff. I just, like, in the rainstorms that we are and will and have had, I just don't run it. It would have been kind of funny to run this thing in that horrible rainstorm, but there was like almost an inch of water out there. When Willow and I went for our walk at night, it was harrowing to say the least. I put her in her little raincoat, which is very cute, but it didn't do much. So right now we're in all libraries, and we're looking at all the components at once. So if I narrow this down, and I think it's like Jesse 2018, yeah. Some of these they're like Jesse 3D. No, it's the managed ones that I want. Okay, so the managed parts are stored on the cloud. The managed library parts stored on the cloud, and I hate that. I really do. I would rather be able to open up a folder and like curate my own library, but instead you have to deal with this weird uploading and downloading scheme where you put it up on the cloud and it comes back down from the cloud. I just don't. I'm tired of seeding clouds. And also, it works with an online 3D component maker and manager, which is cool because you used to be able to search for 3D components that other people made. And if they were careful enough, you would get nice components. But then, for some reason, they locked that off and just made it the storage unit for all of the stuff. So it's it sucks. It kind of sucks. You see it here, I have version 35, version 68, version 26. I mean, I guess it's nice to be able to roll stuff back, but it's just the integration of it and the management of it it needs an overhaul. All right, hey, keep me updated on that RC10 though, and good luck finding what's wrong with it. Listen, I like it when people come in here and they spam wall me with their own projects. It's nice to be able to just get a second of brain time on something else where you look smart, because they're like, people come in and they're like help, something is wrong. And when they're not asking like a homework question, when it's not like, hey bother, when a train leaves Memphis at 12:35, and I'm like, is this a homework problem? They're like, no, it's not a homework problem. I'm not doing my homework right now. But anyway, part B of what I'm asking you, and it's like, you're doing your homework. You need to go do your... Anyway, no, it's when people come in here and they have like their own personal problems with the project. I look super smart because they're like, smoke came out of this module. Should I replace these modules? And I'm like, no, the one that smoke came out of. And they're like, oh, you're super smart. Oh, bother. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's awesome. I love it. Why not just go to ChatGPT? That's what everybody's doing now. That's what my friend does. He's studying to be a nurse. And because apparently, like, he can fast track himself into being a doctor, and he'd be like one of the most desired professions. But anyway, he's studying, and he's like, dude, I just pay for ChatGPT because I ask it homework questions and it gives me an unbiased answer. I'm like, dude, it lies on a regular basis. Like, yeah, but you got to ask it the right question. That's a good point. Yeah, just work questions. Yeah, apparently it gives you just like a wonderful, whatever it is. And people who believe in IQ scores, which is really not something you should, are like theorizing that this is like updating or upgrading the IQs of all of mankind because of ChatGPT. I don't know, man. People be crazy though. Anyway, in here I've got the symbols that I like using for power. So I've got like 3v3, 5 volts, V plus for everything else. Then I've got like a different generic VCC. The ground that I like to use, which is an arrow that points downward with an open triangle, points down. Anyway, one of the big schematic things that I like to use that's purely for schematic purposes is the frame. And the frame alleviates our fear of the void, so we don't have to think about our mortal existence. So I place that right on 0, 0, and now we have an engineering style frame around everything. And I'm sorry that this is so small. Fusion likes to have these big sidebars because monitors are designed for people who have their eyes next to each other instead of one above the other. Unlike TikTok, which is designed to be used on a phone that's being held vertically. I don't know why people can't just take their phones and go Merp, and alleviate all of this nonsense about a vertical frame. It is horrible trying to map a vertical frame onto a wide monitor. Any other LLM is great. Assistant, but can't be replaced by actual knowledge and experience yet. Hopefully yet. Hopefully the yet sticks on that. Okay, so we have a frame. Now we need to figure out what kind of components that we need. I don't know if I have this specific kind of button. Why are you looking at me from this angle? This is not the angle that you guys should be looking at me from. This is a very weird sort of existential look at what it looks like while I'm streaming. You guys shouldn't be seeing this at all because that totally unmasks everything that I've built to make this shop look fun and interesting. Okay, anyway, that was a little weird. That was sort of a fourth wall moment. So the stuff that we're looking for now are, we'll go to the microscope. Go to this view. Take a look at this. So we are looking for all of the components that go into this PCB. The computer behind me will eventually be going on the VOD channel, but that's my gaming computer. That's the fun gaming computer design that we did so long ago. I don't need to model everything on this circuit board, but I do want to have those LEDs. I want the button. I want the MOSFETs. I don't know about the pads. We probably should map out the pads just so that we know where things go. And then I can put in a 3-pin. These are, what are they? Who are they? I have some of them. I have some of those 3-pin right angle connectors. Because I don't think there's a 3D model. Actually, wait, we should back up. I forgot a primary step of doing this. It's been a while since I've looked into this, and maybe, just maybe, there is a DOS Micro V3. I don't think there is, but if we go to GrabCAD, if we go to Yegi, if we go to Thingiverse, we can try to see if there's, oh, thank you, there's my name. We can try to see if there is DOS Micro V3. Nothing. Okay, so nothing there. That's that. Most of the stuff that I want to grab in order to design around. Hey, Celia, how you doing? I'm gonna RC the mouse. Willow has not seen an RC car yet, and I kind of fear picking out a whisker by accident with all the mechanical stuff going on. Like if she goes to bite the RC car. I know the RC car is faster than her though, so at some point I will want to see if she wants to chase the RC car. She will. She can't help it. Okay, so it's not there. If I go and just look up V3 3D model, I don't think I'm going to find anything. This is them just selling this. AliExpress. DOS Micro 3D models to print. Oh, we're back at Yegi again. Yeah, see, some people have done enclosures. Integrated PN Micro brushless. This is probably the one that I should have bought, but I've got what I've got. Oh, this is, okay, the picture, the site that we had was the 3D model. What does this have? Okay, it's an enclosure. Well, that would have helped us a little, but NB4RX, so the receiver is integrated with this. Does it also have a gyro? I want to look at DOS Micro's website now. Oh wait, no, that was a page. $59. Micro, sensorless, brushless, ESC, NB4 receiver, 120, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if mine does NB. What was this one? Oh, wait, no, I think my receiver might be different. But it's just the NB. Transmitters with AFHDS3 protocol. I don't know what that stuff is. I need to look it up. Will love RC car toy. Perfect shoe toy, just not the LiPo battery. Maybe I could tape a toy to it and she could chase that. We actually got in the one of our neighbors bought these toys that are like a rubber donut that's about this big, and it comes with a thing where you can chuck it, or you could just throw it like this. And if you throw it like that, it becomes a wheel and balances itself, and it scoots off in the distance. And Willow loves it. It is like crack to these little dogs that are close to the ground, because they're herding dogs, right? They want something that's marching along the ground in order to chase and bite at. So if I do just a flick of the wrist, that thing just shoots off in the distance, balancing itself like a wheel, and the dog plucks it off of the ground and then marches it back all proud. It's a perfect toy. It really is. It's like the perfect corgi toy. What does this have? 9 start modes, 4 steps to maximum reverse, forward with brake, forward backward. So it's just their other microcontroller, or their other motor controller software. 3 running modes, user programmable. It doesn't look like it has a gyro integrated into it, does it? Setup and bind, and then the motor pins. It looks like they just took the radio and they just stapled it onto the side of this thing. So you would need channel 2 and 3, or 1 and 3, to go to a gyro, and then to the servo. One of those toys that looks like dust bunnies on my RC car. What dust bunnies? I'm not sure what that. Cats love it. They're so old now, they don't want to chase it. Yeah, I think as soon as ESC programming card. What? Programming card. That's weird. Yeah, so if I bought this, then the radio would be integrated into everything, and it would not be as small. And there's no gyro in this one. That's a shame. They could put the gyro in there. These are different. Yeah, these are different communications standards for radio to model. Mini Z Evo. Oh, this is for the. And now it's still 3-phase, isn't it? ESC Mini Z MR EDO chassis convertible to this. I'm just looking to see if they have what I'm looking for already, but I don't think they do. So anyway, let's get back to making a circuit board, because we found enclosures for the DOS Micro stuff. I'm looking to make my own. Well, I'm looking to make my own enclosure. I would assume that these people probably have this model. If we could cut this model right here, we would have all the stuff that we need, except that, no, everything is in the same place. Look at that. This is like the same circuit board. They just put the radio on the end over here. If we flip that like this, and we look at this, oh, a ball of fine strings made up into a ball. Huh. Let's see, do I have my overlay of the... We can go here, and I can put the microscope up. And you can see that that button, there's no big capacitor right above it. So the button is in a slightly different location. So then that wouldn't work for us. Most of the design is the same, though. We've got the 3 things there, and then the 2 SOT, what was it, 2235 or something? Yeah, it's not quite the same. I got a little too excited. The LEDs are in the same spot. The button is slightly skipped to the side. They basically took this, put a radio receiver on the end of it, and then added connectors and rearranged a couple things in here. But that's not quite our model. All right, let's get the micro out of here. So, do we have a DOS Micro V3 model? It doesn't really look like we do. Seems like Yagi is much more reliable than Thingiverse, isn't it? Mars attacks itself. Huh? What? Street cart. That's looking a lot like Mario Kart. Or just a generic go-kart, I guess. It's looking a little Mario Kart there, isn't it? All right. The no mounting holes on the DOS Micro thing is kind of annoying. It would have been nice if I could have put screws through things, but... Oh, people are making... They're 3D printing BattleBots. I've never been so proud. I've never been so proud. Hot Wheels. Okay, this is different. Different stuff. Micro Z receiver box, DOS Micro. That's for the receiver, though. Yeah, that's not the right thing. Okay, well, we gotta make this circuit board. So that's something that you have to do is Google and figure out whether or not somebody has already made the thing that you're looking for. 16 bucks, little man? Huh. Put that shit in my hand. Neat. Okay, anyway. All right, so it doesn't already exist. So now we have to find parts. So we need to find a MOSFET that has a 3D model and has the same package as the MOSFETs. The MOSFETs on this board. So we can look up the part number. Yeah, people are 3D printing BattleBots. I was just looking up the DOS Micro stuff and I stumbled on it, but I saw a couple different BattleBots designs that are 3D printed. Pretty cool. I mean, you just make an RC car that can hurt other RC cars. That's essentially BattleBots. Okay, GA2V1C. I'm going to assume the top part of the number is just for tracking. What company is that? It's like an anarchy symbol. So whoever made this is like, you know, down with the authority and wants... So anyway, GA2V1... That's a C. I forgot the number as soon as I looked away from the screen because I looked at chat. Hold on. GA2V1C. GA2V1C. Ah, that's not looking good. PDF. Yeah, nothing. Nothing is a little... Well, DOS Micro is probably sourcing these things from an operation where you need to buy 10,000 of them. So there might be a slightly more unique part number. Let's do 6784 at the beginning of that. 6784. Okay. MOSFET. 2N6784. Equivalent. I know this equivalent thing, while sometimes helpful, is mostly very annoying because it seems to get like the AdSense and become the one in front. Transistor, MOSFET. So I think this is going to be a specific package kind of deal. Like this is an old transistor that's been repackaged into a lot of things. I'm going to be hosting an event in Las Cruces tomorrow. What, for BattleBots? That's cool. I just saw them on a search of Yegi, the 3D print site. I'm not specifically searching for them. I was searching for a motor controller. See, many wheels use TPU at BattleBots, and it's not brittle. Huh. And breaks easy by a hard hit. That's cool. I should probably look up into TPU and figure out how to print it, because I don't know how to print TPU. I haven't. All I know is PETG, because it makes very, very strong parts. The 31B. That's cool. I always wanted to do a BattleBot, and then my nephew watched a little bit of BattleBots, and he got so far into it and telling me about the ideas. It's like crack for people who like to build stuff. It's amazing. But we looked up the rules, and nowadays you submit a design for a BattleBot, and they approve it from there. So why are we not able to find these FETs? What about their buddies on the other side? Are they the same ones? They look like they're the same ones. Yeah, all the rage is using all NPNs or N-channel FETs, so that you don't have to bother with the P-channel ones. TPU is easy on direct drive, just slow to print. Okay, well I mean that's what I have. Maybe when we get the fan working, I'll jump into TPU a little bit, because it seems like being able to build stuff that's like rubbery would be an advantage. Plastic ones are super accessible for newbies. The ones you have are 3 pounds. The ones you're going to be fighting, damn. 6784 is an old MOSFET, apparently. It's a 2N part. 2N, doesn't that mean that it's a different, like it's a different voltage standard? Like it's like, no, it looks like this is quite a bit. Quite a bit. How many amps? An amp. This thing says 18 amps, doesn't it? We don't need this. We don't need this. Why am I keeping this page up? This is going to make me want to buy a censored. It's only $40. No, I gotta close that. Don't let me learn that you can get a censored motor for this size, because I'd want that for low speed efficiency, low speed power. Why censored? Why censored 3-phase motor RC? Smoother initial start compared to a sensorless due to the detection of the rotor position. It's more than just the position of the rotor. It's actually, it knows where the magnetic fields are and how to make them push properly at low speed. Which begs the question, why doesn't the CPAP motor have sensors on it? I guess it starts pretty quietly. So it doesn't cog, which is where you go up. It like cogging is when it hits a specific position because the magnetic field fires it into that position instead of easing it into a position. Even if you do like a PWM thing on the coils, you can still end up having a bit of cogging at low speeds. Yeah, you can PM me a link or put it on the Discord where more people will be able to see it. There's a stream shoutout section, although I can't promise that anybody sees the stream shoutout section. There's not a ton of people in the Discord. 2N6784. Where can we find like a modern... Let's do a DigiKey search. Maybe that'll give us a more... Because it's like... I don't think they're using an obsolete... 6784, just blatantly into the search bar. And then we can look to see if any MOSFETs come up. Well, there's a DIN rail channel. TVS diodes, FPGAs, headers... chip resistors, signs, labels, through holes. What do we have down here? Capacitors, connector, interconnect, crystal oscillator, development board, discrete semiconductor, diodes, SCRs. Here we go. FETs, MOSFETs, 7 results. Diotech. Wait, is this a... Oh, popular series. Never mind. I mean, this is the package that we pretty much want, except we don't have those side pins. RF FET, single FETs. Let's do single FETs. I can't believe DigiKey has a dark mode. That's nice. None of these are in the package we need them to be. RF FET. Oh my god, what the hell? It's like the most ceramic thing ever. All right, so 6784 is a bust. The top part of it is also a bust. Sorry, the bottom part of it. GA2V1E. Maybe we do GA2V1. That's not an E, but I'll get rid of that part and do PDF. Snotes. Huh? One of these days I'm going to find something that's completely horrible. G1 series? EVCD. All right, so I guess we are just looking for a generic MOSFET, which, I mean, that means that I'll probably have a part already in here. I haven't really designed anything with MOSFETs like that yet, though. I mean, I've got these N and P channel, but then this is a DFN 5X6. This is the specialty tiny one. This actually might be a good one. We can put this big MOSFET N channel in here. So double click on that and we'll place 6 of them in here. And then we move on to buttons. Well, first let's actually... I should probably take a look at the model and make sure that it's the right size. They are generic, and I could open it up in the library manager and get a measurement on it, or we could generate our circuit board and get the measurement on that. So I guess with our first component down, we can go, we have to go directly to the render. So I'm going to click the switch in the switch category. There's switch to the PCB document or switch to the 3D rendered circuit. Oh, this is still untitled. Control S, DOS V3 schematic. There we go. And then we're going to jump to the 3D rendered board. Or no, sorry, the two-dimensional board. You gotta arrange everything in 2 dimensions first. So we've got our FETs here represented in the physical board layout, and it's got all the pads there for it and everything in the outline. We could get an idea of how big the outline is from here, or I can size up the circuit board and we can see what we're working with. So okay, let me get a size on this thing. That's where the calipers come in. Bonk. 1996, 1997. Oh, the year 2000. We skipped the best year of gaming, which is 1998. There it is, 1998. So it's 20 millimeters by 2469. That was the worst year for humanity. 24. I'm getting 24.6 pretty reliably. Although this thing, oh, it's not cut straight. I can see some light from behind it. I can see light behind it. What the heck? Oh, we were more accurate with our circuit boards. I'm going to say 24.5. I can't really get it below 24.6, but 69,420. Yes. I'm not laughing, I'm coughing. What the hell? I think it got really dry out here. We had like 2 days of rain and got super dry. You got to give it up for 2007. I was very deep into college at that point, so I wasn't totally huge with gaming because I was trying to get my GPA back on track. 2007 was the orange box. It's funny, I bought the orange box and I played through it and I was like, man, I can't believe they put all these amazing games on consoles. Nobody was really playing Team Fortress 2. Nobody was really playing it, and I was like, you know, I love the style of this game. I hope it doesn't fall into obscurity. Oh boy, did it not. That was the biggest understatement I'd ever made. I mean, obviously the console community is one thing and the PC community is the other, but at that point when it first came out. But yeah, I was like, man, I loved playing that on the console. That was fun. But nobody was really playing TF2. Are people playing Orange Box TF2 still? Feels longer than 2007. That's because they haven't put out any more games. 24.5 or 25. So this corner right here, if I can actually, here, let's get to the corner, zoom way in. Properties, and we're going to put that at, oh good, we're still in millimeters. I had to change the units on it. So instead of this, it's going to be 24 point, actually I'm going to give it the 0.6 because circuit board accuracies are crazy. And then this one's going to be 20 by 20. So 20 and 20. Where are we? Help. There we are. So we move this one too. I probably should have clicked on the line actually, but this one is going from 0 to 160 and our 160 is 24.6. So that falls in there. Where am I? There we are. So there is our circuit board. And let's just arrange these on there. Now, the top layer we're going to count as the button layer, and the top layer has the pads on them, and it actually should go this way. So we'll move back a little bit and we'll put pads on it later. So like this. And we'll get measurements for them later. First of all, we're just putting them in a place, and we'll figure out where that exact center is later. Why are you not? Look at that. Look, it's not lining up. What's my control coordinates? My alt? My alt is smaller increments, but for some reason it got itself onto the wrong grid. Strange. Okay, so I'll just evenly distribute these like that, and then I'll take these, and with the center click of the mouse, I can flip them to the other side of the board. So the center click, I flip them to the other side of the board, because these surface mount parts are, with a right click I can turn it. These surface mount parts are just pads, so they have a top and a bottom orientation. Center click, put this one roughly in place. Center click, put that one roughly in place. Okay, so we've got the beginnings of our board. Oh, this is the schematic frame. I'll just put that over there. I have to cough. What's up, Fletchling Gonad? How are you doing? The way that these are going down on this board indicates to me that they are the right size. We can measure them in 3 dimensions, but the fact that, you know, that's looking like pretty much the whole philosophy of the DOS Micro design is to make things as small as possible. So they laid out all their MOSFETs and they said, all right, let's make everything fit within this size. And so all of these things next to each other in Fusion 360 with only a little tiny border on the end looks very familiar. And we'll try to get these into the proper arrangement in a moment. 20 pounds of ICs in a 5-pound bag. That's pretty much that's probably their design Bible. You open up the design Bible and that's just what's written on it. Because yeah, this stuff is really packed in there. But what I want is a representation of the FETs. I don't know if I'll do the microcontroller. We want the button, and then we want the 2 LEDs. And basically what I'm gonna do is try to wedge these in from the side so that it just holds things in a position. And maybe I'll put the connector in for that so that we can think about how it's gonna be wired together. Okay, pads. Well, okay, so the next step would have been to see if these parts were correct. The way we would have done it old school is to measure the pads and see if that accommodates our part properly. But nowadays we have 3D renders of everything. So you go over here and you click 3D render and it is going to create all of this stuff. So presets recommended. I should make one of my presets here. Stop layer geometry, copper text, polygons, traces, vias. Now we don't really need traces and vias to be modeled on this one. I'm going to keep them checked because I'm too lazy. But there's all kinds of little tricks here. But yeah, let's push that. Ooh, push is a weird adjective to give that. Yeah, have a push. And so now we have the representation of our circuit board with the 3D models on it. This is a cool process. I really enjoy doing this because you get to play around with good-looking 3D renders. Just like that. Beautiful. Beautiful. We're missing the big caps on those leads, but that's sort of how I use Fusion, and we can go back and forth between these. Every time we go back into this render, though, we need to render it. We need to actually make it. Right, well, what we would do in order to make the case is, you know, obviously we save this as the 3D model, but then we would start a new project and we would drag and drop this file into that project, and then this is just a component. The circuit board is just another component in your 3-dimensional design. And so you can use the dimensions there and project them onto your drawing, and you can use the measurements from those projections in order to make the case. And then if you have to go back and change something in the circuit board, you guide it back through the entire process and everything adjusts itself. And it causes a lot of problems, but you can also just go through the timeline of your 3-dimensional design and tweak and tune and fix all that stuff. So it's been a very powerful process. We used it for, and I never got to the point with the old one, but we used it for this comprehensive model where I was able to take my own design, including all of the traces and the FETs and stuff, and I was able to put all the FETs right underneath the center bar where they would potentially get some air, and the plug for the servo and everything. Now, if I had made this a 3-phase motor controller, I probably would have been much better off. I want to look up one of these things, one of these FETs that I have in a closet. Let's go back to our schematic design. Let's see what these other ones are. That's a crystal. That's not what I'm looking for. That's crystal. MOSFET. Did I only have the P? No, I think I had an N channel version of this. Oh, I see. There's different, so on each part there are different packages. So you can actually choose a different footprint for it. So if I go to the pull down menu here, here are the different footprints that I have. And this one, SIA 400 EDJ. So I want to look up SIA 400 EDJ. Get me out of this menu. SIA 400 ED. Yeah, there it is. That's this guy. I bought this because it was in the new products category, and 60 cents a FET. But what are the specs? Yeah, if I go into the properties in the schematic of that part, I can change its package, and it will try to iterate that through the rest of the design. Although that can cause a lot of problems, but you can change component packages on the fly like that. And then it'll try to keep the traces all connected. You probably need to redesign the area, but that's usually the way it works. Trench FET. Yeah, I got trench FET. I'm gonna need to take an antibiotic every day for like a year because I got trench FET. So these can do ID. Oh, these are 4.5 and 2.5 volts. So these, well, 30 volts max. So that could definitely handle 3S. 12 amps though, and the DOS Micro is 18. Although I've seen the thing drawing 3 volts DC, but we weren't measuring phase wiring. Yeah, if you don't dry your feet off, you're gonna get trench FET. We don't have specs on these things. I wish we did. GA2V1E. Wait, that is definitely an E. But the one all the way on the left looks like a C. GA2V1E or C? Those are all E's. Okay, listen, this isn't my fault. This isn't my fault. This isn't my fault. Listen, this is not my fault. Where's my pointing device? Where's my pointing device? Where's my pointing device? Where did it go? Pin tool, pin tool, pin tool, pin tool, pin tool. What did I do with my freaking pin? I want to point at something, but I can't because I don't have a pin tool. There it is. This is not my fault. This is not my fault. This is not my fault. That is very much looks like a C. That's a C. That is an E, and all the other ones are an E. Let's try GA2V1E. What the hell, man? GA2V1E. Oh my God, Course Hero. Why does SEC.gov have every single permutation? That doesn't look like the right thing. ET2A. That's a watch. MOSFET. MOSFET. MCH3841 power MOSFET. 24.2 amp. I don't think missing GA2V1E. Come on, man. Give me a break here. Put a star on it. MOSFET gate voltage. Nothing with our search term. Yeah, we can't find it. We didn't do it at the sofa. Or was it me? These things, yeah, I don't know if these would be able to handle the 3-phase motor. It would be kind of cool if they did, because then I could design a very small motor controller with them. Well, anyway, we're getting sidetracked. Also, I had a bad experience with these because they didn't fully switch over for some reason. They weren't fully. I made an H-bridge with it, and I set it to full speed, and I wasn't getting full speed. If I connect the battery directly, I got a much faster motor rotation. So they burned me. I won't be burned again. Okay, so in addition to these FETs, we need a couple pads. Now, I don't know. I need pads just to kind of mark where the pads are. I don't think pads are a component. Are they? I think place pad, pattern, schematic, design block, place component. Is place pad part of the two-dimensional design? I need to close some stuff. We need to close this one. As much as I like having this example open. Well, actually, we can close, we'll save and close this one. Because we're making a new version of this. Let's get the microscope out of here for just a second. we'll open that one up again. We'll open this one up again. I just need a little bit more. I have a very limited amount of room, and although I could use the top bar stuff that they give you to kind of organize yourself, it's a lot. So anyway, we're on the two-dimensional PCB design. Place, component, signal, hole, pattern, and then the same stuff. So if I do place hole, but the holes are not electrically coupled, they're just a hole in the, they're just a drill spot on the thing. So we're not doing that. We have to add it in the schematic. Who has, I know this program has the ability to place pads, but you may have to place a pad as a component. Component, pattern, schematic, design block, electronic design, or a drawing. We don't need a pattern. I guess all we got is a component. Although, wait, rework, modify, and then we also have the document layer. That's mostly for marking stuff, rectangles and such. Those are not pads. Yeah, it's when you're designing the part that you have the pad placement tool. I thought the pad placement tool, like if I place a via, can I make that into board shape, outlines, and circles? I thought that was part of this. Like a via is specifically to jump to the other layer. Yeah, so that's not a pad. I need a specific, yeah, documents are out of sync. You get that when you do something in the wrong order. Hey, what's up, That Your Fan? I've been seeing That Your Fan. I've been seeing all of, like, because I'm uploading all the old streams from 2021. So all of the old names, like yours and a couple other people who have been jumping back into my streams after a long time. It's been cool to see them. That Your Fan's been around for a while. Okay, so we have to place a component, and I need to find a pad, just a solder pad, or maybe yeah, we don't have that. We don't do that. Sorry, I don't believe in that sort of thing. So yeah, I need to expand this so I can actually read any of this stuff, and then I need to either make or design. I thought it was easier than this. I thought it was easier. I want to do a quick little search to see if that's actually, if I'm hallucinating or if you have to actually do this. Fusion 360 place pad PCB. Adding a solder pad. I would like to add some solder pads in a schematic as a novice. Solder pad PNG preview. Try to look for test points, square, etc. So yeah, you need to find a test points, huh? Or you need to make your own custom component. Yeah, okay. Click somewhere on the main icon bar, the icon, add part. Yeah, okay. So we need to make the pads for the DOS Micro just so that they're represented in the final thing. I could actually lay out in the solder mask an area to be avoided, and then it would show up as a different color on the PCB, but I don't know. We'll make components for this. So we have components managed. What am I looking for? Chips, components, connectors, technically pads could probably be part of that. Mechanical. Pads aren't really mechanical though. Mechanical is like screw holes and stuff. Let's just take a look. Let's check. Oh, this is where we have buttons and stuff. Buttons and standoffs. But those aren't really mechanical, are they? I wouldn't call it that. What's the, oh, no 3D model on that one. Maybe I'll add a package to the Alps. Find me in the Alps for the button that we're actually putting on, or we just make a new one. We can just make a new one. Okay, so no pads there. Now, I might have a library that is just specifically pads. So if I look in all libraries and I type pad, oh yes, there's a lot. Everything is in here. Those are not right. Standoff, no. Yeah, this is not quite right. I think I'm gonna have to make my own component for this. Am I missing any chat? No, all the chats are dead. They're all dead. Okay, so I don't have anything that's like a solder pad in here. So I'm going to go to one of my libraries. That's not the right place. One of my libraries, and we're going to figure out where we're going to put pads. I guess connectors is technically pads. Wire to board connector, solder. Those are standoffs. Okay, so we don't have anything like that. So we're going to add a component. So how do I do that? Let's open in Library Manager. Hold on. I think we need to open the Library Manager in order to do this. For the sake of waking up the chat. Get chat engagement from people just asking the questions that make me rant. Okay, how do I do this? Let's see. I need to go and open Library Manager, and I need to go into Edit, and then we are in the component library. No, we need to scroll down until we find it. So this would be my managed library. These are all the libraries that Eagle has available to it, and you can activate them or put them into use in the drawing. But yeah, I don't know. Fidget spinner, where did that come from? It's like delving into like a deep lake and trying to find a specific stone. And this is not great. I don't like this. So this one's the managed one. How do I do this? Double click on it? This would be the library manager, so I want to edit this one. So now it's opening in the library editor. This is a very convoluted process, and it's very annoying. Where are we? What's going on? Why am I in a specific editing thing? I didn't tell it to specifically edit. Create. Okay, so we are just in a view. Hold on, I'm going to full screen this and see what it looks like. Okay, here's the library, and we can open these up and work on them. I don't know why I've got this whole open pad over here, though. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a new component, which is that. And the component name is going to be the DOS pad. Actually, DOS motor pad. The other one's going to be the DOS battery pad. DOS motor pad. Okay, so I've got a couple windows here that actually, wait, do I have, I think I might have a view that puts all this stuff up. But I want to have my face cam up for this kind of stuff, so maybe we just deal with the fact that I've got like no room. I got like no room at all, so I'm gonna pull this thing all the way over here. We have I actually don't know what this one is, but we have oh, is that the symbol? The symbol, and then you'll have the footprint, and then you'll have the 3D render up here, and then this is like connections. So I am just gonna do new local package. Is that what I want? I think I want the symbol first, though. So I am going to, this is where you kind of tie all the different things together, because there's a couple different things that represent your part. You have your schematic symbol, you have your 2D model of the pads on the PCB, and then you have your 3D model of the pad. There isn't really going to be a 3D model here, though. Add device. I don't think we have anything that's like a pad. Actually, we might. No, we don't have anything like that. MV? I wonder what MV is. I think that's one of the ones that split the pins up. Well, MV is actually what we need, so we can just steal this. Value and name. There is no value associated with it. It would just be a name, so a man has a name. So there's that, and I'll just put this so that the center point is probably there. Yeah. Documenting IPMI. Concentrate on your job. Get your job done properly. Okay, so that's all we need, because it's one single pad. I mean, I could do a plus and a minus, but that's not really necessary. So now we need to actually put a pad down on the two-dimensional thing, and this is about 3.12 by 2.5. So I need to make a new footprint. Hit that. Footprint name, Das Motorpad. Now we actually have an SMD pad tool. So there's the pad, all that just to get to here. Let's see if we've got 3mm by 2.54 by 1. I need a different pad, huh? Are these the only pads that are available to me? This is a little odd. I guess I could stack pads in order to do that. It just seems a little rudimentary for the types of things that we actually have available to us in this program. Whew. Whole text line name pad array PTH or SMD, and then SMD pad. Okay, we can edit that. All right, I was about to be completely shocked. Would it be fucking annoying if I couldn't? It's like, yeah, you can put down any of these 4 pads. Look, I'm not close enough to this to get a good measurement here. Maybe I should just grab like a ruler and put it up next to it. Calipers can sometimes be a little bit too precise for our needs. Let's see what it looks like up against a ruler. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. I had spicy Wendy's chicken nuggets for lunch, and I shouldn't be eating such big lunches, but I don't know. I want to treat myself, but I took a bite out of one while driving home, and looked at what I had bitten through. The nugget was paper thin. It was literally paper thin. Absolutely ridiculous. The actual chicken of the nugget, that is. 1, 2. So this is 2 by 3, it looks like. I had them and I did not share. Yes. This is my crime. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 2 by 3 I'm gonna go with. 2, that looks like millimeter times 3 millimeter. There we go, there's our pad. So we're just gonna put that, I guess, directly on origin. Yeah, it can be like that. Done. That's it. That's all we want. We're done. Save. And then we go back to, we need to go back to the component manager and associate the 2 things that we just created with that part. How do I go back to the library manager? Let's see. The 3-dimensional part we don't even care about. We don't need that. Schematic symbol we got. And so we need to edit the component. Push changes in the manage toolbar. Well, we're going to wait a little bit to do that. First, I need to make all the connections that are appropriate for this thing in case I ever want to actually use this part. So I need to go back to components, which is this little button right here. And I need to find the DOS Micro pad. This one has yet to be uploaded, but I'm going to edit. How do I edit you? Double click? Yeah, double click to edit. And then the component manager is a little bit much. I'd like to collapse it, but I don't see a collapse button anywhere on it. Okay, fine. What is happening with this interface? Hold on a second. Like, look, these boxes down here. Oh, let me get a microscope up. The boxes down here cut off on the left. I mean, if I double click, it'll go to full size. It was a pop-up window, and I guess I didn't unpop it. Yeah, so we've got the schematic symbol. So now we add a local package, and we find the one that we just made. That's not a search. Oh my God, where's DOS? Is it? It should be in here. Probably right below the numbers. Yeah, there it is. DOS Motorpad. All right. There's that. We don't need a 3D component on it. We've got this in here, 3D models, placeholder. I probably... No, I want that package variant. I don't know if it's going to actually put like a box as a placeholder, but we need to connect it. So we go to connect, and then we just go pin to pin. Now, if we were doing a more complicated part, this would be a lot easier, or it would make a lot more sense because there would be a little bit more to do. We just have a 1-pin part that we're adding to this thing for our 3 pads for the motor. That's it. That's our component. We're done. So I hit save. I go back to the schematic. That's not it. Oh, this named it schematic, and this was named schematic. Why are they all named schematic now? They've changed things. Anyway, we need to put the part that we just made into this design. So we look for the one that's in all caps and starts with DOS, which isn't here. Just try reopening it. It 2 and then J, and I don't see my DOS in there yet. So I guess I need to like properly save it over here. And like manage this and hit upload to the cloud. New version of your library. Sure, we get a new version for every part. I'm going to be on version like 99,000. This is that cloud stuff that I find very annoying. I don't really know if I should have used the Library IO thing. Library IO lets you use their part creator, which is somewhat copied in the software. You can do the Fusion 360 part creator as well as the Library IO one. And the thing Library IO should have helped was the ability to look up people's parts that they've made and shared and use those. But apparently that functionality is too good for us. And they took it away. They took it out of the software. Okay. Yeah, user saved. I had to do all that for 1 pad. Back to here. You're telling me that it's not in here? That went to connectors generic, right? Hold on. I think maybe I need to now update my own library by downloading it. It's so stupid. Hold on a second. Okay. Something is not happy with me. We'll just go ahead and download. Library's up to date. Okay. All right. What is happening right here? Wait, what do you mean these aren't? Oh, I didn't actually do the thing. Append. Connect. Okay. If I save this, it's going to be like, update your stuff. 2018 connectors generic. The 2018 is just a joke. I made it in like 2019, 2020. Oh my God. Okay, upload the whole library again and make a new version number. This is a mess. This is kind of a mess. Oh, the Mighty Pong did PM me with the robot stuff. Hopefully they're putting it in the Discord where it can be shared with more people. Come on, buddy. Oh, and then it auto downloads it. This is a terrible system. Like, if you work on something in the cloud, I appreciate the Google model of working on something in the cloud, which is whenever you do something, it saves. There's no more save button. It just automatically, whenever you do something, it saves. You can add back in a save button, so when I hit Control S, it says, okay, that's the full version, and we'll put a marker there. But with like Google Sheets and stuff, every time you do something, it saves. So if you suddenly get something to, like, something happens suddenly, it's already saved. It's, you know, there's no big deal. Your work is all preserved. And if you're going to do something on the cloud, that's the kind of model that I think would really be beneficial. Like if I'm working on this stuff, it should just be trickling data out to the cloud where it compiles all my stuff. I don't know. I'm not a software engineer, so there's probably a lot of complexities. There, now we have DOS Motor Pad. It still says it needs to be uploaded on this thing, but I don't really trust it. So if I go back to the schematic, am I going to see the actual schematic, not something named schematic? Connectors generic. Maybe there's a connectors generic managed, and I clicked on the wrong one. Version 5 versus version 7. I guess it's in version 7. It's not in versions. There it is. All that for a pad. So we got 3 of these. Boop, boop, boop. And then we're making another pad. We're doing it all again. So I'm going to my library manager. New component. DOS. Battery pad. Same notes. DOS. Bat. Actually, no, hold on. We're not doing a new one. How do we do that before? That's not how we did it before, and I don't know how we did it before. We added... It wasn't with the library manager. We didn't do a new symbol. We were able to... We didn't do add local package. How did I do this before? We didn't do it that way. How did I do it? All of a sudden, I don't remember how I did. How did I add the... It was the M, and we just added it to the thing. Instead of... I didn't save it. I actually associated it with the component. It's like, I don't know what... The library manager, you open up these different things, and you have these different categories where it's got like lists of stuff, but then it doesn't have like, oh, where was I before? Like there isn't like a sub-tab menu of the things that you've opened. It's very strangely done. So open that up, close that up. It wasn't, I don't think it was new component, was it? Oh, was it? No, when I went into footprint, it was different. What in the world? Device. Oh, I went to device and add, and that's how I got, that's what it was. Okay, so I went to the device tab, and then I added this device to the, so I copied that symbol by adding a device, which was in the first tab menu of the first pull-down menu. This is what I'm talking about with this software and sort of the workflow of it not being very intuitive. So now I need a new local package, but one doesn't exist yet. So I need to actually make the two-dimensional signal and call that DOS motor pad. Oh, that already, sorry, DOS battery pad. DOS bat pad. Do you think Batman wears... Okay, anyway. Place SMD pad. And now we have new dimensions for this. So I go back to the microscope. And this one hangs out... over here. Those are the battery pads. Battery pads are... Oh yeah, the ruler is much better at doing this. The ruler is much better at doing this. It's much more easy to see what the next even number is. That is a little larger than... I mean, what do you guys think? Because 3 it's a little smaller than 3. I'm going with 2.5 on this one. Yeah, that looks like a solid 2.5. And then over here, try to get that lined up. It's a small window for me. Two and a half square. So let's put that in here. 2.5 mm x 2.5 mm with 0 roundness. Boom. Done. Save. Okay. And now we go back from there and we get out of footprint and we go to the device again and we open it up. And now I can do new local package and we look for the big capitalized DOS. These 1X things are really annoying. They're the pin header pins. DOS battery pad. Okay. Click connect. Connect it. Click OK. And then we're done. So we save it. Okay. So there's our other pad. We can go back to the original schematic. And that updates. And we've got DOS battery pad. Okay, there we go. All right, sweet. So now I'm going to put 2 of those down. Done. Our next thing is the connector for the servo. And I have that in here. It's a JST, one of the JST variants. So I'm going to look in the other library because this is not a component. Oh, wait, no, we're in the right library. It's a connector. The JST XH. Nope, that's the big one. We are the JST... Slightly different one. Which one is it? It's JST vertical. The XH is the larger. M's are headers. What happened to my special connector? Those are big connectors. It might be in the other library. This might be... XH, XR, M's. No, so that's the old one that I need to get rid of. Too confusing. Oh, maybe it's not generic, it's a specific connector. Because it's a right angle something or other. Yeah, the DF13. And then I think... Nope, I'm a crazy person. Hold on. Yeah, there it is. But it needs to be the 3-pin. Really? I have the 2-pin, I have the 4-pin. XT30? No. It's the DF13, but it's a 3-pin. How do I not have the 3-pin? What the heck? Wait, none of these have models. I have a 3-pin connector at a right angle, and I think I have the model of it somewhere. Hyros, that's what it is. Okay, sorry for my inability to... The DF13 Hyros, this one is specifically a 3-pin one with a 3D model, so that's the one that I'm looking for. Okay, there's that. Now we need LEDs. Done. So we go to, and I believe I have the right ones. That would be components. Diode is not quite it, although technically... Varistor, LED. 1206, 603, 10 millimeters, 3 millimeter, 5 millimeter. Those don't have models. Okay, none of these have models, so we're in the wrong place. This is what I mean about needing to clean out this whole thing. I really should purge anything that doesn't have a 3D model. Fuse, inductor. Only have one with LED. Chip flat, RGB. Okay, yeah, here we go. So we'll just use blue for one of them. That's 0402. Our size is what? that looks like an 0603 because we still have numbers on the resistors. Still have numbers. That means you're in, you know, smaller than this, and they can't print numbers on it. So I'm going to go with 0603 on this. So. And put one of those down. Probably should make the other one green. Hey, RYG, how you doing? There's 0.5 and 0.8. We're going to go with 0.5. I don't know if that's quite going to be right, but there's our two LEDs. So the last thing that I really need here is the button. And the button is a mechanical part. So it would be in the button tab, but I don't think I have a 3D model for this button. I do, however, have knowledge of the procedure we used to find out what the button was. And this requires a special part that I happened upon. I forget where. It might have been given to me at a conference. There was like a design, an electrical design conference at the Philadelphia, whatever, conference center place. And all kinds of cool stuff there. A lot of good, neat, free samples. I either got this from there or I got it from some kind of a free cycle thing. I'm not sure. But this was from Alps. And this is just a business card that has a whole kit of buttons on it for you to play with. I actually kind of like this potentiometer too. Is that a button or a pot? There's like a special thing for it here. A special little tool. Oh, I see. It goes through the whole PCB. Oh. That's an encoder. Oh, that's kind of crazy. You have to have your special key. Yeah, there's a bunch of Alps stuff. It's kind of cool. I see, it's just a generic SD card to go in there. Didn't we remove one part from here? Yeah. SKTM is missing. Let's see what button we have. S1. Get these wires out of here. What are these wires doing here? I think we were in a bind and I needed that specific kind of switch. They seem to like their 4 pads, whereas we've got 2 huge tabs on this thing. Is this? That's not through hole. It just has a weird sort of like solid. So it's not Alps. Unfortunately, they're not shopping at Alps. Is it this? Is it this little encoder? How about this? No. Is it this one? No. Is it that? No. Maybe it's no. Oh, this one. This thing is awesome though. I really like this index card. I would love to have more stuff like this. More stuff like this. Because then you can get a feel for how all this stuff functions. The SKSC is what we used for the motor controller project. You know, those legs look like sort of in the style of SKSL. And this is SKSG. Oh, no, their naming is a little bit different. Now I could put I could put the side button as a placeholder, but I kind of want a representation of what this really is. I don't think SKTH was quite the right thing. I think this went into the Nintendo Switch yeah, it did. When I was, the first, I think, video that I uploaded was me putting all that wood furniture on the Switch case and stuff, and one of the buttons broke, and then whatever button was in SKTH's spot ended up in the Switch. These are like, I think, multi-position buttons. Yeah, see, they got 2 presses on them. They're like the trigger on a Warthog. All right, so we don't have the right thing. The other side of this is just sockets. More companies should make stuff like this. It's really cool. These things are neat. You got little detents and little up-down jobbies. Oh, this one you can press in. If you really want your motion, these things are specifically just springs that take current up to like if you have two layers of a PCB that are two PCBs that are sandwiched together and you need ground to like go between them. Did that fart actually get redeemed? Did that one actually work? I really need to move that stuff over to Node-RED so that I have one entry point for all of my automation, and if there's an error, I can start there. But yeah, these are just little springy buttons that are supposed to bring current up to something. So where do we even start looking for this component? We have a button of a specific design, and by all means I should be able to find a micro button. It's very close to the SKSG series, or possibly the SKTH. So let's look up an Alps. Let's find me in the Alps and look up an SKTH. So SKTH. DigiKey.com. Alps. SKTH. SKTH. There we go. Okay. 1.8, 2.5. Switch tastical spectacle watch wallet keys. Not a round button. SKSG is a round button. So let's look up SKSG and just see if there's something like Alps SKSG. I mean, I can even put this part in there if I know there's a 3D model of it. How many pins? 3 by 2.7. I don't get a word on the pins, but 3 by 2.7. Let's see if those are quite the same. This one might be wider than 2.7. Oh yeah, I'm like 4 by 3. This is 4 by 3. It's a much larger switch. But we can use this keyword. Switch, tactical, SPST, normally open. Switch, tactical, SPST, normally open. 4.00 millimeter. Hoping someone else has already done the CAD modeling for you. You're built for mechanical engineering. I am an electrical engineer. How dare you? Surface mount. Surface mount. Doesn't matter if it's active. Off momentary, momentary. Flush, plunger for cap. Surface mount. Don't want right angle. Actuator height off PCB vertical. There's no way I'd be able to know that. Outline 4 by 3. Do we have 4 by 3? We have. I don't have 4 by 3. What the heck? Oh, I already added 4 millimeters. So let me get 4 millimeter out of there, and then we can do that a little better. All the mechanical engineers on my team do very little modeling. Huh. Time delay relays. Yes, of course. Switches. Push button. How did it not know to narrow that down? Okay, so surface mount. Off momentary. Yeah, that makes sense. Voltage rating we don't care about. We're looking for dimensions. Gull wing. We don't have dimensions, so let's just try that. There's going to be like 2. 871. Oh, down to 16. Okay. How is this even possible? Tactile button. Switches. Push button. I don't know, tactile switch or push button switch. Let's try tactile switch. And we're looking for something that has a 3D design too. That's something we haven't done yet. CAD model. Surface mount. Surface mount. Top actuated. Surface mount. Fly. Down to 160. Now we're cooking. We want a circular button, and it needs to be 4 by 3 millimeters. So 3 by 2, 3 by 2, 4 by 3. That's a little bit larger than I expected. 4, 7, 3, 5. 4 by 4 is out. Apply those. Nothing with a circular button on the top. Are you kidding me? These are the ones with 3D models, so, okay. So we found the right stuff, but I'm not finding the right button top. And they all have 2 pins on them too. This is one big tab. I mean, I guess if I find something close enough, that'd be okay, but imagine organizing all this, yeah. Yeah, there's got to be a lot of robots, because they didn't used to allow you to order stuff in small quantities. And I have a feeling they automated a lot of things, and then people were able to order in tiny little quantities. But they charge you a premium on it for robot maintenance, I suppose. It is 72 degrees in here, and I'm feeling cold. That doesn't make any sense. I think it's 72 degrees over by the thermometer. I'm going to sneak the window closed a little bit. I'm getting chills. Definitely not 72 degrees in here. I'd be sweating. Yeah, the amount of data entry that they have to do with like a new component has to be insane. Like, yeah, we got this new component. Enter a month of entering data. So what is limiting us? What part of what we're looking at is limiting us here? Tactile button might be the search entry might be the bad part. We'll get rid of that. So now we're not just tactile button, although it sure does look. That looks very close, although weird. Now we're talking. Now you're getting with it. Sorry, ancient propeller heads music. I don't know. This one has side wings, so I'm thinking the side wings might make it like something like that is close, but like that one. This one has these side pieces. This one actually is more accurate. This one has little wings on it. This one, where's the one that was like really close? This one, really close to what we were looking at. Except it doesn't have the side pieces. We could modify those out, but if those are given pads, then that's going to be annoying. And all of these have 4 contacts, whereas ours only has 2. It's like a knockoff Alps. Strange, right? I don't know. If DigiKey's going to be stocking it, how does that work? Yeah, maybe the vendor does it. But this is a lot of stuff to get right, and some vendors are just not good at that. You make the vendor do all this stuff. I don't know. I think you would have your own people going through it. Data sheets. Oh, okay. Download it and don't open it. That's cool. Great. Thank you, Chrome. I love it when you do that. That's 4.7 by 3.5. And what do they want me to do on the pads? They don't want you to do side pads on that one. Wait a minute. Yeah, see, this one gets that one pad on the side, which I don't think we have any evidence of on this. We do not. The button part's a little bigger too, but I mean, as a placeholder, if it has roughly the same dimensions, it'll be good enough for our designing around. So yeah, I guess we're going with this, one of the ones that doesn't have the side things. What is the size of the overall height? The overall height they're saying is 2.5 plus minus 0.2. That's always a tough measurement to get, these tiny little measurements. When you deal like circuit boards and electronics are kind of on a different level in terms of the accuracy of all the data that you're getting, of all the figures and stuff. You want to be super accurate about it. When I do like 3D prints and mechanical stuff, I'm just like, it's close. 2.5 is a lot. 2.5 looks like this. That is a much larger, that's a much larger button. So what are my dimensions again? Funny because these are like very close to exactly what we need. That's a 3.9. Yeah, that's definitely a 4 if I push the calipers a little bit. So yeah, that's definitely a 4. And this one's definitely a 3. So we're a little bit limited. How's the dog? Yeah, she prefers the quiet during the afternoons. I guess she likes to nap it upstairs. She naps in front of the front door where there's a lot of cold air. Maybe in the summertime she'll come down and visit again, because I hate that she just naps upstairs. She's happy though, which, you know, she's happy, I'm happy, but I would love to have her here. Always do component with PCB measurements. I don't trust the backside of that measurement device. I don't know. I'm getting good measurements, and when I close the calipers fully, you know, I'm not off by a lot. These are Mitutoyos after all. Plus, this stuff is so small that I can't really get a measurement on the other side. Well, I guess I can, actually. Hold on a second. PCB is 1 1/4. For height, I'm getting 3 1/4. So my height needs to be 2 millimeters. It's 4 by 3 by 2. 4 by 3 by 2 for the box for this thing. I always do. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the specification, for specifying that. That is an important distinction. But yeah, it's excuse me. The dimensions we need are very specific. So let's knock some of this stuff away until we can get that specific dimension. So I get rid of the outline here. Right angle and media and mounting type, I do want to preserve. But in the options that we have, limiting it like it is. Three by 2. We're 3 by 4. And our height is very specific. I mean, we're basically trying to find a very specific part. If we can find something that has similar dimensions that does the, you know, can be a placeholder, then that's okay. I just want to get something as accurate as possible here. Like 4.2 by 3.2 is not quite, we were very, very strictly 4 by 3. 3.9, 2.9. That might be acceptable. 0.1 of an inch at this scale is, or 0.1 of a millimeter at this scale is still pretty big. How many results do we have? 6. All right, so we can just look through them individually. That, except for the white material in there, that actually is looking like the right thing. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. That's looking mighty familiar. Mighty familiar. Let's take a look. Yeah. New thing over here. What is our height? Give me that data sheet. CS123. Problem is, this is going to end up in my parts list. And if it ends up in my parts list, I might suddenly need this part in something, and then I'll have to buy them. All because DOS Micro decided to use some kind of a switch here. AGF260. AG, so it's this one, not this one. What is the height? Height is, I love it when they don't give you the dimension and you have to do math. So it is 2 off of the bottom. I think we found our part. I think this is just about as close to our part as it gets. So that is us. Cool. 2 pads, 2 millimeters off, and then 2.9 by 3.9. So it's plus or minus 0.15, plus or minus 0.11. So, okay. So it's 3 by 4. I mean, come on. 3x4. Their plus minus dimensions are like, it's like, come on, dude. All right, so let's get that package. So we get the model. It's an easy EDA model. God damn it. Okay, good. We can select our download format and it'll actually let us download without me like logging in. I hate it when they do that. We want Eagle 6. See what I mean? Eagle 7 is the last bastion of no, we want the Fusion 360 PCB model, I suppose. Step would probably be better though. Because I don't know where Fusion 360 is going to what did you do, Speedy? Yeah, all these newsletters, and then you get emails from political campaigns suddenly. I mean, Step would probably be better, right? But Fusion 360 PCB is what we're using right now. Maybe I can import that as an entire part, and it won't. Your model selected is downloading. Oh, they have little glitches in their logo. That's cute. I should steal that. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I get all these weird fucking emails, and it's like, who got? Where'd you get this? Where did you get my email from? What site did I sign up for and not be completely like frugal about, or whatever, careful about my identity? That's a neat little MIDI connector. What about it? What do you do with that? That looks like it's designed to go to wires. Don't allow. All right. Oop. All right, so we got our part. We have a quote-unquote Fusion 360 model, and so I'm going to go to my downloads folder. And what does it give us? A library and a step file. I'm going to cough. That's an entire library, huh? Do I want that, or do I want to just pull in the step file? Because it's easy enough to just pull in the step file. But the library file will probably have the pads on it already. Let's go to the library manager again. All the way out to here. There's a lot of phlegm associated with that cough. Create. Device. Add attribute name. Create a new package. Import. That would be importing it to this library from another library. So if I... Oh God, I thought we were in the library manager. Okay, we're in this so now I need to import it into here, into the library manager. All right. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Okay, local disk. So do I need to put this into the local disk, or can I import this using the library manager? I'm relying on the intuitive nature of Fusion 360, which is those two words should not be used in the same sentence. Import library from local disk. Downloads. How many windows do I have open right now? This thing, Fusion 360, library. Library and step file. I'm gonna cough. Sounds like a fun download. Okay, this is some random ass fucking library, and I'm going to import the one part from 2024. Yeah, the big date that they put on it as a management thing. So I'm going to import from here this thing. Where is my 3D model? Where are my pads? What? Huh? It's got all this stuff in there. What the? So they totally screwed this up. I have the pads there, but it's like, I can just take that from the data sheet. Oh, that is aggravating as hell. Yeah, this is what it's always like with this. And I know people will be like, well, you could use KiCad. It's like, shut up. Like, all right, let's get this out of here. I'm gonna calf. Calf? What happened there? We have the step file for the 3D model and we have the data sheet for the pads. So we're just gonna do the same thing we did before. And I'm gonna go into not connectors generic. I'm going to open up a different library. So we can get out of this one and then I can go into here, into the schematic, and I can go into the library manager and I can go and find my connectors library. Connectors, I want the managed one, and I'm going to right click and edit, and it'll open it in the library editor, and then I'm going to go new component, and this one is CS1213AG. CS1213AG, okay. These are specific connectors, so they're not a generic button. It's a specific whatever. So, new symbol or imported symbol. I probably have a push button already somewhere. Ordered more PCBs. I'm glad to have not sent out the box yet. The board is Keller Devs, ASDR, VCO, and sequencer. Oh my god. Okay, you got more PCBs. Holy crap. I've got the components for that one, like $12 or whatever build just right there. Moved them over to this desk. We'll get back to modular stuff very soon. This is like pulling teeth. I just didn't have all the exact correct stuff, and I didn't really remember how to import parts into Fusion. We're getting there, though. It's just I wish there was a better way. And there are the workings, there's the makings of a better way to do that in this program. They just need to reorganize how this stuff is going together, because it creates a lot of spam. There's like parts spam that this creates. It just makes things kind of very messy to do this. And it ends up messing up all my folders and stuff. I don't know how the people who use Fusion 360 or the engineers that are designing the UI really sleep at night. Like, this needs an overhaul. It needs a major overhaul. All right, so I want to place a device. I want to add a device, and that's going to be a switch. So do I have anything that's a switch? Well, it looks like it's going from the generic connectors list. So I don't really think I'm going to have anything here that's appropriate. I can draw one, but I'm pretty sure that in another library I've got the right thing. But I guess I could do a new symbol. Can I export a symbol? Hold on a second. I wonder if I could export a symbol. They're too busy making the engineers work on making the free license flow more confusing. Yeah. Mine is an educational copy because I'm technically teaching you guys right now, and I'm always very much intimidated when they do the license renewal. And it turns out the license renewal is just like one checkbox, and then you click OK. So I don't have to deal with that. You guys do. I do not have KiCad. I'm not going to get KiCad. I mean, I don't really specifically need a symbol for this, but if I ever do want to use this button, it would be nice to have. In the connectors specific, I should have... This isn't connectors generic, right? This should be my specific connectors. Connectors specific managed. Oh, but connectors. Wait a minute, we're in the wrong library. Okay, we're not creating a new thing in here. Close that, I went to the wrong one. Okay, so I want to go to library manager again. I think I'll be able to open up. I'm not sure. I might be able to import it if it's a BRD file or whatever, a SCH file. It might be possible. I don't know. Yeah, might be able to go to a format that's supported here. All right. So what am I doing? I have to do the whole like set of steps again. Component managed is what I want to edit. So open up the library editor. Go to components managed. I went to connectors, not components. Components, that one's not managed. This one is, but it doesn't have the little swoopity hoop on it. Chips, components, connectors, mechanical. Well, mechanical is buttons, isn't it? Maybe. There's modules. Why are these aren't managed? What's going on here? I mean, version 26 versus version 10. Some of them are in my folder. Components. Okay, I need more information. I need to Am I counting mechanical as buttons? I don't think so. I think mechanical is just like screws and stuff. I think components managed is what I want. One has my name on it, but then this one is... Okay, so we'll open this one. SCH files included. Button. No, that's not... Okay, so mechanical is where we want. Fuse, transistor, varistor. Yeah, these are... Okay. Specifically not what we're looking for. Library mangler. Hello? There it is. All right, come on, come on. None of these is buttons. There it is. Okay, so buttons are in here. So this is the one that I want. Edit it. Edited it. Failed to download file. An error occurred. Huh? Wait, what? Why? Why must I be put on this earth to suffer? I mean, I guess I could go to library.io and see what's up, but... Oh, version 3 versus version 4. Why is version 3, but version 4 has... Does it still have the three-dimensional switch? There's one component in here that I'm looking for. Okay, so version 4... Oh, and this one is shared, this one isn't. Okay, boop, boop. And then I want to edit it. I gotta clean this up. I failed to download file. Okay. Open this up. So mechanical isn't in here. I think I need to turn it into a managed library for this to let me work with it properly. So this one, how do I turn you into a managed library? That would be, I need to open it up in order to turn it into a managed library. Wait a minute. Edit. And then it errors. Oh boy. Drawing, new library, new design. How do I edit? I'm learning that managing libraries in Fusion is also a nightmare. It's not just KiCad. I don't know what kind of gremlins they got to figure out the UI on this stuff, but whatever they did, whoever made this stuff, it seems like they barely pieced it together into a slight working form, and then whoever was responsible for rolling Fusion 360 into Eagle CAD and then folding it and folding it and folding it until it's folded into our creme fraiche. Basically did it by taking a couple cork boards and running strings all over the place. And so there is this weird association between the two tools, and it seems to work in sort of a layered fashion where you get deeper and deeper and deeper into the functionality of the program. Like right now, I want to open something in the library manager, and the only way I have to get in there in terms of how I know to use this software is this button right here. This button right here that has me opening the schematic and going into the library tab and then it's like, it's madness. And this is me trying to intuit the flow. And if I open this up, this is just my stuff. This isn't my library. And so what I would be doing is I would be uploading the step file from our download folder into this folder, and I would need to create the two pads using the methods that we used, create the two pads, and then I can move this onto the three-dimensional file so that I'll have two files inside of this folder that look like my part, but only one of them is the part with the pads on it ready for the 3D design. It's madness. I just feel like most CAD software these days are designed by people who aren't CAD users. It's a big problem, and I don't know, maybe if you get into the extremely expensive tier of CAD programs, these problems are a little bit more alleviated than here. But right now, we are dealing with a free tier software and putting it together into some kind of a, are you kidding me? All that for the model, and the model looks like this. Are you fucking kidding me? This is the model? This is it. This is what I get. This is the model. This is what you want. This is what you get. This is what you want. This is what you get. This is what you want. Ah, okay. All that work for this. I'll tell you something. Alps switches. I think the Alps switch is all the way back here. Oh my God. And most companies, including Alps, create these absolutely wonderful models of their components. They're beautiful. Nice and simple. And, oh, I'm in the appearance menu, close. Nice and simple. Sometimes, okay. I'm hit Control center click, Shift center click, there we go. Beautiful 3D models. It's got everything I would ever need to use their product. It's like a miniature advertisement for their beautiful Switch. Your beautiful shirt. You ruined your beautiful shirt. I don't know why there's a circle over here, but anyway, this is just like just a great 3D model. Just a great 3D model. Chef's kiss. This is what I was provided for with the other 3D part. I think this is unacceptable these days. Wish Onshape would make a cheaper hobbyist tier. I know Fusion has trouble with people using the free tier for professional shops, but even the, yeah, $400 a year versus people using the free tier for professional shops. It's like, could you just maybe incentivize the pro shops to like do the right thing? I don't know. I know it's tough to fund like a whole legal wing of your operation, but it's like having Eagle for the hobbyist was amazing. Charge us per year or something, I don't know, but $400 is kind of out of everybody's grasp. Suffering through FreeCAD. 4 devs working full-time, making it good now, and they're really starting to get there. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, if Fusion ever pushes me off of the party bus, I guess I can look at some of the other tiers, but I'm doing okay right now. All right, so we need to find a better button schematic. This thing sucks. Who are you? What company are you? I hate you. This is like the exact Switch, but they decided to, CIT Relay and Switch decided to give us a box. Snap EDA. I don't know what is compatible with footprints and parts and stuff like that. All I know is that Fusion has the library system, and I've been working with it like this. I think it would be easier if I figure out what the workflow is, write it down, and then sit down and recreate all of my libraries and include all the components that I think I'd want. And that's like a whole weekend of work. I don't want to subject you guys to it, which means I have a lot to do in the background, but that would mean that if I need to make like a test board like I'm trying to do here, I would be able to just, you know, get everything in. Where else are we going to get a switch from? I mean, that's looks like the same kind of switch. If we can find like an equivalent Alps, that would be very helpful. The Teensy 4, did I just hear? I think I might have just heard, oh, I would be so mad if I think I just heard a smoke alarm battery. Oh, that would be the pits. I would be so mad. Like, you know, those wide buttons are, no, they're so much bigger. No, they're so much bigger. We need, I don't think we really need the 1206 caps and stuff in here as well. Basically, I just want the FETs, the pads, the button, and then the 2 LEDs. That's another part of it, is that AutoCAD could say, we regret to inform you that we no longer offer you the free tier. Doors closed. Nobody, sorry, you got to pay us to get back to your designs, which is something that I kind of worry about as well. At some point, I need to do a design organization and put everything up on GitHub, and just put the CAD files on GitHub, put the schematics on GitHub and everything, just so it's all there and you guys can follow along if you need to. A lot of the reason that my stuff has been kind of walled off from you guys participating is that I just don't have the ability to share all that stuff that way. That's work, and it's too much work. I forget to do this stuff. I should have known. The writing was on the wall. It's all right here. It's all right here in the DigiKey store, the DigiKey website. Okay, we need to find a switch that is equivalent to this thing in size. It doesn't necessarily need to be exactly the same thing. These all say they have CAD models. If the button looks like this, so be it. Let's check out, is it the same company? They look like they're the same company. They might not be. Let's just look through these and see what the 3D models look like. Oh god, that's an ugly switch. That's very, very ugly. CAD models. Okay, all right. At this point, this is looking intentional. Like, we could really mess them up with this. There's a video file. Yeah, exactly. Thought it was a sample. Currently not available. Okay, that was the second one. Third one. This is, I think, the one that we already looked at. Yeah, the CIS 1213. The CAD file's still open with all the different stuff, and I still need to like go through it and close all that stuff now that this is no longer the one that we're using. And then this one will pull up the box, which is absolutely the worst. Close. You guys wonder how I keep track of my thoughts going on 12 tangents. This is what it's like. I have multiple different things going on at once in order to further one goal. So how does Bother do it? It's just how he functions. This is just how I operate. 12 windows open, 5 different fires burning. This sucks. We can't find the switch anywhere. What is this one? Watch this one have a very detailed model, and then I have to be like, should I or shouldn't I? See if we can find like an Alps equivalent. Although we did look up the, why are these not currently available? I don't understand. Is it because they're too complicated? Hey, who's that? McBobbles for 5 months. Hey, McBobbles, thank you so much. You found a GrabCAD. Tactile switch and button assortment. So the question is... sorry. This is looking mighty close, but we don't know what the exact dimensions are. But GrabCAD's free. My experience with doing stuff like this, GrabCAD is a wonderful website. It has just some of the best stuff out there, and I'm super happy about this community. Maybe some of the models that I've created I should put up on there. 2pad.svg. Yeah. Oh, is that the name of the file? Wait a minute. Hold on. Three by 4x2. 2pad.stv. How do you guys do this sometimes? I don't understand. I don't understand how you guys do this. I'm like, man, I can't find this anywhere. And then you're like, it's right here. This is exactly it. Okay, let's get this file and we'll run from the data sheet. I've got to log in, I think. Okay, hold on. Did it down? Oh, no, I got it. Never mind, it downloaded. Okay, cool. So we got that. How did you do that? Son of a bitch. I was going to see if there was anything equivalent in Alps' website, but that's crazy. Crazy. Yeah, McBobbles, thank you for subbing. Appreciate that. You're doing your part around here. Pulling your own weight. Let's see, where are we? I am in, not that folder. I am in my downloads folder. That's the uploaded folder. Downloads, and then tactile switch assortment, extract, and we'll go into Fusion. Huzzah, great work. Yeah, thank you. I hope this is entertaining enough, watching an engineer try to struggle to intuit how to do a lot of these tasks in Fusion 360 that aren't that intuitive. They're actually quite frustrating. I have years of experience of if it exists on the internet somewhere. Yeah. I already have this file. Wait a minute. I already have this file. Hold on. What? Huh? 9/4/2022. 111. Well, that's now. I modified it by trying to re-extract into it. 9/4/22. Is that the file metadata, or is that my own personal? Created Thursday, January 11th, 2024. Modded Sunday, September 4th, 2022 at 5 a.m. Access today, 2 minutes ago. That might be the original creation date. I don't think I extracted it twice though. I right-clicked and said extract to this folder. Is that where I got my Alps button? Maybe that's where I got a previous version of the Alps button, but I got a much better 3D model from Alps' website. But this has this one, which is for some reason a fabled, impossible to get button. I do like the 3D modeling of electronics these days. I think that's a wonderful thing that we have access to, and it really helps design quite a bit. From somebody who used to have to lay out PCBs in a program that resembled MS Paint and had just about the function. I had just about the same functionality as MS Paint. That's how I got good at MS Paint, but nowadays we have all of these wonderful tools where you can go, oh, that's actually going to interfere a little bit right there. Okay, apparently I had this. I had no idea. 3x4x2. Get that in there. Upload the step file into the folder. So this is just like a landing folder for all of my various things. A lot of these, like some of the better designs have come from GrabCAD or from a company's website. And so they give you the 3D model. They don't really give you much else. You get the pads and stuff from the data sheet. So that's where we're going with this. Man, I had a headache and I was gonna like give up here. And Shorty's like, here's all the information you were looking for. I'm like, I didn't ask for this. Say the line, Jensen. Okay, so that model should be in here now. And we have a two. See this? Look, here's the original model. Here's the model with the footprints on it. It's like you have to have two. And then I've got this crap in here, like muddling up my... I need better organization for all this stuff is what I really need. Every single one of these is like a double part. There's our new button, 3x4x2. Good name, good name, good nomenclature. All right, so we need to go to the schematic. We need to go to the library manager. I need to go to mechanical. Oh yeah, but it won't let us open up mechanical managed. Why? What's going on with that? Failed to download file, an error record. Please, blah, 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 blah. More info. That's not more info. That's a lie. Those are managed ones. I need to just open it in any way. I wonder. Old works part database. It's all internal closed source generic parts. I think there's something like 30,000. I don't need 30,000 parts. That's very generous of you, but what I need to do is sit down in a weekend with a pot of coffee and a pile of Adderall and just go to town with my Jesse 2018. I'll make it the Jesse 20, the J 2019 or JessVid 20. I can't. That's not a good joke to make. I don't know. I'll make my own new version of the library that's all curated for my own needs. And then figure out what other kinds of parts that I may need in addition to it, because that would be very, very useful, and it would really speed up some of the... Because like the magic of YouTube, right? The magic of YouTube wouldn't be me sitting here pulling my hair out looking for a 3D model. It would be like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Everything goes in, and I'm done my project now, and it only took me an hour. Whereas there's like 4 hours of cut footage of me just banging my head against the table. This thing has 2 tabs and not 1. This is completely the wrong part, and I can't use it anymore. I'll just put a singular tab on either end of it and call it a day. So what I need to do is put it into a library. Can I call it something else? Because my electromechanical library is died. I can't do anything with it. I don't understand what happened. Like if I go into the... Not that there's too many good mechanical parts in there. There's almost like nothing good in this one. Oh, that's pretty nice. Yeah, it's nice to have things organized. It's nice to have like a plan when you go into it. I mean, I could say new linked library. Oh wait, that one is... I see. So this one's supposed to be linked, but it's not downloading for some reason. And I have used this library selected, and I can go into the library, but I can't manage the library. Because it's linked to that one? What the hell does this even mean? Okay, so this one on library.io. I don't want to sign in. Look at these latest parts that you'll never be able to find. Let's try it. Oh, all caps. This is another thing that's going to notify me of my birthday. Happy birthday, oh bother. You're that much closer to death. 6-digit code. Don't look at the reflection of my glasses. My glucose level down. Oh, my glucose is normal. How do I only have 47 units in this oh god. I just changed this one yesterday morning. That's ridiculous. How am I going through insulin that fast? Not to mention the price of the pod. Holy shit. I gotta not think on that level. I'm alive. That's the I got that going for me. Okay, which one are you? Does it use Autodesk? Yeah, it does. All right. Let me enter that code. And then that code, let's see if I get that right. It didn't go through. What happened? Okay, there we go. All right. Oh God, my name is all over all this stuff. Let's see. Mechanical. I'm seeing it. To edit this library in Fusion 360, go to File, New Library, then select Open from the toolbar. So intuitive. so intuitive. It's so amazingly intuitive. God damn. Okay, so that's how we're supposed to get there. You're supposed to go New Library and then go to Edit Library, but upload new version or delete. Well, I don't have anything to upload a new version other than from Fusion. If I do that, maybe it would fix it. You can see here how they are organized by pads, symbols, and three-dimensional components. Like that, those are the makeup of these files. I wish you could go in there and like edit this with a little bit of a better, a little bit more authority over what's happening here. It seems like somebody decided that the workflow would be this, and nobody looked at an overview of it. Because what I need is the ability to go through and comprehensively edit these library files by jumping around with stuff. I need to be able to pull in something, and I need to be able to associate pins and do all that stuff, just all in an interface. I don't know if that's necessarily the solution, but it would be nice if I could do this at sort of the pace that I'm thinking about how to do these things. Like if I have a collection of all of my 3D models on one folder, and then I have a collection of all of my schematic symbols on another, and then I can like cross-associate all that stuff. And that seems to be what they wanted, but it's not quite. I can't go in and edit the symbols by going into a folder and scrolling through the symbols. You have to click in a specific thing in a specific spot, and then you have to look at this over here, and then this button does this, but this button over here finalizes it. Like it's a mess. Anyway, this library is here, and supposedly I can look at the components. There is a standoff. There is a switch. Here's another switch. Here's another switch. Fancy Alps one. The Alps ones are so much more detailed, but I don't know if I'm going to necessarily. That looks like the button is actually too big compared to what we actually have. It's very similar, but this isn't. I don't think this is an Alps switch. It's just this 3D model would be so much more detailed. It does have a single tab. What the hell is with you, Short Lurker? I'm starting to worry about you. Where's my download button? Print. 3D CAD. Download. Wow, it just let me do that. I mean, like, they really should just let you do that, because this is an advertisement for their product. Oh my God, the folder structure is ridiculous. There's a whole README and a whole disclaimer that I have to go through. Let's look at the Alps part and see what it looks like. I'm getting frustrated with looking at these libraries and them not properly. Dot step over to here. Upload. We'll see what that one looks like. Then I got to figure out. So what I think I need to do is export the library and then upload it with library IO, and maybe that fixes it. You avoid Alps because of the price. Oh, okay. Born sliders. The generic DigiKey nice knob was actually, or nice potentiometer was actually a pretty good substitute. Whatever that company was. It was a Korean company that's copying Alps, I think. Where's my top-down button? I think it just needs a second. Oh, there it is. It's blue. Oh, yeah, I think we had this problem with the other one. Oh my God, it's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Oh, that really needs some correction. Let's spend a second on it. Plastic matte black. Why is that not downloaded? Hold on, let me get rid of downloaded on this. Why do they still say downloaded if I say show downloadable materials? My appearances. Actually, I haven't done a lot of work with that. 80s called them, want their micro switch back. This is a micro switch by Umbro, or Oshkosh Bagosh, or Big Dogs made this switch. Hey, milk. Milk. I want to say milk, but it's May 1K. Okay, I got myself all crazy. So we want, why are these all down? Why do they all have a little download thing by them? All right, matte black, and we want to only do faces, because this, I believe this is one big body. Yeah, it's just one big body for the whole thing. So these radio toggles, being that this is Fusion 360, sometimes don't really figure out what they should do. There's probably a bad line of code in there, so you need to kind of click back and forth once, and then it'll actually work on the faces properly. Who? What are you doing? Speedy Cat gifting a sub to Flatulent Gonad. How dare you? Thank you. Thank you for doing that. You didn't have to do that, Speedy. All right, so let's just, this is probably like some kind of a materials analysis model. Those need to be updated with little red dots for the materials stuff. What do you mean? What, do they update something? Oh, so it's just like a update. Weird. I don't know what that is. Okay, so black plastic on the button. What does this thing look like again? Go to this. The plastic is also black, so I guess I'll do that. It's more of a grayish black, but we only have so many materials to choose from. Now I'm gonna just hiding offline on Discord. All right. Well, so what I do is I do these for just, they should be done appearance for design, but the, what do you call it? Fusion has these for like rendering, right? So you can choose exactly the kind of plastic that you're supposed to be putting in here, and Fusion knows what like the lighting settings should be on it. I'm not doing that. I don't do full renders of the stuff that I build. I know a lot of people probably do that level of stuff. I am just throwing an appearance down so that it looks close to the original thing. Like PA11 nylon, I could make it look like that. And I probably should if it's a slightly different appearance. I'll do the black, I mean, you can even do like rubber for this material, right? And then it'll be rubber in the thing, but I never do engineering on that level. I'm not quite hitting it on that level. So I just want it to appear to be the right thing. I don't know what the body plastic is. I'd probably have to open up the data sheet in order to figure that one out. But yeah, the Alps model is a hell of a lot better, and Shorty was exactly right. I did want to use this model instead of the other one, just because it'll look a little fancier in CAD. Appearance is everything. Yeah, feel better, Gonad. Sorry about stomach stuff. All right, almost there. All this for a micro switch? Yeah, maybe one day I'll want to use this micro switch in something. Okay, I don't think I can get to that. I'm trying to access the surface that I want to matte black. Wait, what's the difference between these two? What the heck? All right, so that's the rubber for the button. Now we need the, I guess we could do the silver. Now, should that be this silver or should it be, because that silver is going to look like this and it won't be as glossy. For some reason that's not glossy. But our button is not very glossy either. It's sort of just like generic metal. Aluminum would almost look like the right thing, but I mean, we could look at like chrome. Nah. Coatings. Oxide. Nah. Lead, nickel, palladium, platinum, silver. I mean, it is silvery, but I don't think there's like electronics rough silver in this. Polished and satin are the two choices, so it would have all this like lux to it that we don't really need. Iron, no, not really. It's gonna be like a stamped sheet of steel, right? Is there any steel on here? It's got stainless and then steel. Stainless Satin, I think, is too shiny. I would love to look at it, but then it's going to add it. What is this one? It's not named. Steel, we have cast. Cast steel might be okay. Some of the way that the ways that they render these are with like bump mapping and stuff, and it just doesn't look right. Let's try satin steel. Wait, brushed linear long. Yeah, satin stainless. It looks exactly like the other one. So that was totally pointless and would only come out in a render. All right, whatever. Whatever. At least I spent time considering things. It's unfortunate that this is one body too, because it's a lot easier to just do all the faces on a body. But as one body coming from a manufacturer, they're just like, here's what you need, nothing else. And that means that I have to do it face by face. I don't think I can part the bodies either, because there's going to be 3D nonsense in the background that won't line up. There's secret purple stuff inside. I'm not going to. I'm going to leave that bright pink. Or what? It's not purple. It's purple. No, it's not a purple. What is that? Oh damn! What is that color called? Isn't that the color that you get when you don't know? Like your eyes can't figure out what color it is, so it puts that in there. Magenta. There we go. That eventually came to me in a dream. Which one is stainless? Which is the one we were using? I think it's this one. But you can. No. That almost redid the whole thing. There we go. You see how that has a little bit of a shine on it, so it looks a little bit more accurate. Angry boils. That's a totally different color. All right, so face by face. This is kind of annoying. This is something that I do. It's annoying. It's just for me, so that the part looks right. And we've got our wonderful, detailed Alps model. The other Switch was just like this. It was all primary fluorescent colors. Man, that OTT song, the last one that was on before the intro ended, is now stuck in my head because I used to listen to that song on like my drive to school, my drive to Drexel University every day. So I'd be looking for parking to that song. All those emotions are flooding back. I never signed up from student parking, but a few days when I was really desperate, I would plea with the parking garage manager and get in there. And I'm realizing now that all the spaces were numbered, and I was very brave to park in just a random parking space. Because, man, it wasn't cheap. It was like a parking garage in the middle of Center City. Not Center City, University City, which is like coveted land, real estate. So it was not a cheap parking spot, but I never got caught or challenged on it. And then I go visit my friends at other colleges, and it's just like, oh, whatever, just park wherever you want. They might give you a ticket, you just ignore it. I'm like, what? How does that work? If you right-click on the color, for example, select objects applied to. So that would just be like, I don't understand. That just selects them. What is that going to do for me? Oh. Oh, I see. Oh. Whoa. Wait a minute. I didn't mean to oh that much. Appearance menu. Orange. Select object applied to. Stainless. Bada bing. Hey. Short Lurker just saved us a shitload of time. Appearance. Select object applied to. Go. Oh, oops. Control Z. Appearance. Magenta. Select objects applied to. And then I think I have to somehow hit those objects in order to apply it, which is difficult. But if I take that and I go like that, and that gets them all into the new one. Hey, very useful. Very, very useful. Sorry I shortened stream. No. Okay. What material is that body? Just for fun. That's a really good trick. That's a really time-saving trick. Oh, we're still on the computer. Okay, hold on. Open up a browser window and find the tactical switch that resembles the one that we're trying to place. Oh my god, these are so cursed. So the one that had, I think the body on it was white though. What the hell is that thing? What even is that thing? It's like a different plastic for the body than for the... That one looks very similar though. Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's like a slightly, because the one we have specifically, it's a slightly different type of plastic. I mean, the switch might be, well, it's probably plastic and then it has a metal thing below it, but you can see how it's gray instead of black, and I need like a slightly lighter gray. It's probably different. Going by the smell they make when you melt them. True. Nylon. Yeah, that's what okay. Let's try nylon. Let's see if we've got a slightly lighter. Like there's nylon from a 3D printer, and it does look like it's a slightly different nylon. If I include Dylon, one of the greatest rappers, we got PA11, which looks a little bit lighter. PEKK looks all right. Textured Tough 2000. It's from the future. Reinforced with carbon fiber. I think this, if that's not green, it looks pretty gray to me. Let's just try that one, because I think that would be a good one. Blue, select. I can't believe all applied to, and then do faces. I love how this also overrides that. So I need to select that, and then that should cancel. See, it got confused. So faces, select objects applied to. That seems like it's highlighting everything. Strange. That's strange. That's like the whole model. It is all one object. It would be faces applied to, but yeah, wait, why is it? But this worked in the past. Yeah, weird. Open up that again. Oh, see, yeah, I can delete that now because it doesn't have anything it's applied to. That one is applied to those faces. So let's replace it with the other one. Can I even get to those? There we go. So now this one isn't applied to anything, and I can delete it. Oh, this has really saved me here. What is that one? Okay, that's our... Apparently that's these two tabs are white. I guess we'll change those over to another appearance then. What is this? This is the shiny... I thought that was going to be the tabs. Oh, I see. This is the original body. This is the default view. So yeah, that color of metal is not going to do it. Let's get a metal here and do just like a metal, and then we'll go to, well, I mean, stainless, that's not quite the right appearance. Look at that. That actually looks like stainless. But then chrome is not quite right for leads on devices. Platinum. It'd be like matte silver, not really satin silver though, because solder is silver, right? Tinning material has silver in it. It'd be nice if they had like solder and tin on this list. Lead. They have all the ingredients. I could make it. Coatings. No. That would actually be pretty funny if they had... You could make alloys in here, and you'd have solder as one of your materials. So I guess satin silver is our best bet. And then I'm going to do anything that is this color. Select objects applied to. And then I can take this one and replace it. Uh-oh. Well, no, yeah, that overrides, it does override the bodies and components. Interesting. So now this one is deletable. And so we've got our silver, we've got our stainless steel, we have our, I have the different gray color in here. I just can't seem to select everything that the blue is on. So that doesn't matter, but if I do, yeah, it highlights the entire thing. All right, so I just got to go face for face, I guess. Where's my appearance menu? I don't know why that doesn't work here. I could always unassign and delete, and then that'll go to the default texture. Oh, remove or keep, use keep. I never bothered to look at the dialogue. I'm learning something today, and that's humility. Remove appearances applied to faces, keep them. And then that just defaults everything else to, maybe that plastic was a little bit see-through and we shouldn't use it. Back to plastic. We're looking for something that is a little bit off. It needs to be opaque though, but it's a little bit off of black. It's like a little bit gray. Plastic textured skin. It just looks like, it turns it into like a meat box. This says reinforced with carbon fiber, but they did something to the clear setting so that we can see through it, which is really strange. And I could always get in there and edit that, but I'm just looking for something that'll be an equivalent. So maybe we just use a 3D printer nylon. Select objects applied to, take this one over, keep. It's still making it see-through. That's a little weird. Delete, take this one, delete. Okay. You. And then yeah, that's strange. I'm clicking off of it. Nothing is selected right now. If I do, okay, hold on. If I use opaque, right? And we'll just do a matte black again. Will that allow me to make another one? Yeah, okay. So go to the glossy one and then do this again. Keep. Yeah, see, this one is, although it looks exactly the same as the other one, this one is not clear, so we don't see the objects through it. Weird. Why would it make those clear? Seems like kind of an error. I'm hitting Control Z until this thing turns blue. There we go. Oops, I went too far. Ah! We got a little bit distracted here. Okay. All right, so from here, appearance. We need to find an appearance that's going to look all right. And I could edit one. I think maybe in my appearances I have one that's a little bit less. I think that one is a little less heavy than the other one. Nah, it looks about the same. Fine, whatever. We'll just go with it then. At least it'll be a slightly different, like, if I really want to fix it in the future, I can fix it if I want. But it's just a tactical switch. We don't need to put this much care into it. I love that we can, though. That's what I like about this software, is that we can put all of the thought into exactly what appearance this thing should have. So yeah, okay, we're done that. I need to move on. This is the kind of stuff I get in trouble for at work. And now it's just all I do. Control S. There is our new tactical baton. And if I want to come back in and fix it later, I guess I can. Okay, so now we need to actually do the footprint for this thing. That involves the library, and the library is messed up. So I don't know what to do about that. I've got the library IO page open. I'm starting to run out of things to get distracted on, right? This would be the PCB that we're going to go off of. We're going to go off of the CS1213, even though their 3D model was just a box. Jerks. Right. Oh, yeah, and I found out, Shorty, you weren't here, that these rocket motors are $37, so that's almost exactly what I paid for the other one, for the non-censored one, and I've been steering myself away from the censored version. Steering myself away from it. I know that I could do better low-speed stuff with it, and I want it, but I don't know where I would buy. DOS doesn't do any censored. I mean, like, there's no advantage, right? The orange motor that I have is just as powerful as all the other ones. It's just with the sensor, it wouldn't cog as much at low speed. So that's when you start to move the model and it goes and it makes all that crackling and it sort of herky jerks forward. But these weren't out when you bought that, so they made a sensor ring to go on the back. Our 3D model is this, and I've modified it so I can import the censored model, but the DOS micro stuff doesn't support censored. So I don't know. I like the DOS micro. It's nice. And I know a guy who sells mini micro sensor. Oh, okay. That's crazy. I mean, it would be brilliant to have, but until DOS micro, because I like the DOS micro stuff. They make everything super small, and that's sort of what we're leaning into on this. I got a guy. I know a guy. Meet him in the back alley and talk about RC cars. We've almost got all of the stuff that I want on this board. And all we need to do is arrange it and do a couple measurements in order to make sure that things are in the right spots. But I need to get that button in here, and Library IO has been obnoxious. Mini 28 Pro. What is that? So we've got a library detail. This is the library. Let's follow their steps. Easy Run Mini 28. Huh. So in order to do this, I'm just going to go here to just blank slate, total blank slate. Ah, okay. That feels good. Take this. Now, I want to edit a library. So naturally, I go to New Electronics Library. And then I go to Open from the tool chain. Open. And then I go to Mechanical Manage. So this is the one on my local copy. This is the one online. They both have all the stuff that I'm looking for. And if there's no further instructions. I only got those 3 steps. File, New Library, Open. Here's the library. Owners and packages. Managed. Edit. Failed to download file. An error occurred. Requested resource could not be found. I'm going to go into my folder here, and I'm going to go to that library. I'm going to go to Components Managed. Sorry, Mechanical Managed? Yeah, Mechanical Managed. Version 9. So has this not been uploaded? Maybe that's what threw it off. Local changes. To upload these changes, select Push Changes. Push Changes just sounds like a euphemism for taking a shit. Updates to your library are available. Would you like to merge version 3 to your local copy? This is version... Oh, that's version 69. Nice. This is version 9. We'll merge it. Nice that it didn't tell me that I should do any of this stuff. It just said, I failed to download it. You suck. And then it gave me the middle finger. What's up, Sensor Pit? Easy Run Mini 28. What is the Mini 28? What am I not? Something's not connecting here. Mini 28. Oh, these are like big boy motors. Easy Run Mini 28. Mini Z brushless censored. So that's actually for Mini Z. And it looks like a huge motor, but I guess it isn't. That's like a big motor. Nice to meet first RC man on Twitch. I mean, I've been linked to a couple RC races that are on Twitch. I've seen a couple carpet races for 1/28 scale. We're doing like electrical engineering and design and stuff, and like mechanical engineering is something that I get into because I do hobby projects, and so we've been getting into that, all in the avoidance of responsibility. But it's cool to have people hang out and check out these things that I'm working on. Your managed library is local changes to upload. What happened here? Mostly we've been yelling at Fusion 360 today because there's been all kinds of just ridiculous stuff going on. Fusion Eagle, in regards to importing and managing libraries and having them work, has been frustrating. So what if, for example, what if you sold your flooded property? Okay, we're going to the schematic. DLLL. We're looking at mechanical. Oh wait, these are the individual things. So I'm going to 2018 mechanical managed. It looks like it opened without yelling at me, although this is for placing a part. But if I go and I try to edit this, please work. Manage library as local changes. All right, so I can go to automate, or rather manage, and I can upload. New version, create. Oh, man. Okay, that's all it took. It was so easy. Super easy and intuitive. Thank you so much, Fusion. I really appreciate having to click specific buttons that are in tabs under pull-down menus. Very cool. All right, so now we are editing this library, and so I can do a new component, and this one, I don't know what the hell this thing should be called. What was the part number on that Alps? Let me open up the folder. My team and me are making some serious RC shit. That's pretty cool. If you want to share stuff, check out my Discord. You know, we're not focused entirely on RC, but Short Lurker will often sidetrack me, and when I start working on these projects, a lot of other people start working on RC stuff, so it sort of comes in full circle. But I got into this because of the pandemic. You know, Djibouti Show is really specifically it. They got the Mario Kart home circuit, which is this thing that has no rear wheels. When you buy it, it has rear wheels, but anyway, so I thought it would be really funny to super duper cheat at Mario Kart Home Circuit. Turns out the Scandinavian company that came up with Mario Kart Home Circuit designed, I'm going to talk at 500 miles an hour, I hope you can stand it, designed this big piece of plastic originally as a 1/28 scale WL Toys kit. And so I got the 1/28 scale WL Toys kit, and I figured, hey, we're going to do all this stuff and, you know, design the Mario Kart to be cheaty and have a differential and a much stronger motor. And then none of that came to fruition. And this ended up sitting in a bin for 2 years. So the plan now is to turn this into a super capable RC car. That was my first plan from the pandemic, right? So 2-3 years ago, I was like, I'm going to make this thing a drift car so I can drift it around in the shop. Well, that never happened. Eventually, like 3 or 4 weeks ago, I took this and I put all the electronics on it that I already had and made it into an actual RC car. I've done a couple modifications to it since then, but I've discovered that this thing is insanely fast. Hiccups. Why do the hiccups come to me at a time like this? Insanely fast and capable. And I'm like, ooh, this is fun. And got, just totally got bit by it. Like, completely got the bug. Now what I'm doing is I'm trying to package all of the electronics that sit over top of the servo into something plastic, so that when this thing goes flying off into a curb at 97 miles an hour, it won't pull a cable out and leave me SOL. I want this thing to be able to at least slightly better survive a crash. So part of this has been putting all the electronics up in that corner so that I can get the wiring just right, and it won't be a constant threat. Usually what, in RC cars, those of you that don't know, like what you do is you just, especially at this scale, you get your radio and stuff, you just pile it up on top of this bar. But I figure this bar should contain all the stuff beneath it, kind of like the Mario Kart sort of did. So that's the idea. Yeah, we've been working on... you've been working on... Yeah, this thing has been being done for several years as well. Just because I like to keep the variety up. I like to skip around with projects. We got a big board sitting behind me that needs my attention. It's been sort of the gremlin on my back for quite a few weeks now. I'm in a month now. Getting back to that and redoing some of the water cooling stuff, and then the big wiring monster. I need to buy a couple packs of wire, and we need to all sit down on the other side of that table over there and just start doing all of that wiring in order to prevent wall gremlins. Yeah. This is you can see on my VOD channel, it's the first couple videos that I uploaded have people being burnt, their screen names being burnt onto that board. It's an automated XY table with a blue laser that automatically burns the names of subscribers onto itself. It doesn't work right now. It's not there yet. We had it working for several years. Now with a 3D printer, I've been sort of updating the various facets of it to make it function better. And then we need to do code where I can define the edges of the live edge board. I'll probably do that with like a controller or something like that. And we'll stitch together like a masking image, and then I can put that into the software. But until, we got to get around to those projects. I need to finish the actual hardware design. I'm uploading videos from 2021. I've been streaming a lot longer than that, but from 2021, we're at least close enough to present day. So from 2021 on, I'm looking at these old videos and realizing like all my comedy bits don't land, and like I'm too shy to do like the funny voices, haha, and I'm too quiet because I'm not allowed to yell down here. So yeah, there's a lot of self-reflection going on there. But amongst it all is me still working on this freaking thing, right? I've uploaded videos only recently from 2021 where I'm still working on the x-axis. I can put a lot of work into that thing. We got kind of stalled on cooling the laser and a couple other things, and so we got to get back to that. But yeah, it's the past, let it be. I'm funnier than that, damn it. New component name. So we're looking up, this is Skrah, S-K-R-K-A-H. Alps, what did I do with the other one? Dash, S-K-R-K-A-H. Skrah! Did I lose my mic? What's my mic doing? I just felt it pull. One sec. All right, there we go. Where can I post it? Oh, shit, hold on. Discord should be pretty straightforward. Personal project stuff would probably be a good place to go. Car stuff is like real cars. I guess I'll put SPST on the name. We'll get this part imported and then look at the board, and then I've got to give my puppy a walk. I'm uploading these videos and I don't even have a puppy, and I've got these huge dark circles under my eyes. Okay, I still kind of have them. Oh, she's doing that allergic huffing and puffing. Okay, so let's we've got our new part. We have this tab of the library manager over top of the thing we need. our symbol we can use another symbol for. So I'm going to, instead of creating a new symbol, I'm going to place a device. And that, well, that's 4 pads and we only have 2. Do we have a switch here that would match just a 2-pad switch? Not really, huh? There we go. That's our buddy right there. Let's get nice and close, and we'll put the end of the pin right there. I'm doing this just so that in the future I don't curse past bother for not actually doing the due diligence on this stuff, you know? So add local package. We don't have a local package. We need to make a new one. So I'm going to go here and enter the symbol name, and that will be, well, actually, shouldn't we create the part and then replace it? What I'm trying to get is the 3D model that has the pads laid out on it, because we still need the pads for this. So if we create a package and we put those pads down, I think, yeah, that's exactly what we need to do. Okay, so we need to make a new package. We need a new one, though. Oh, yeah, a new one, and the device name is Skra. S-K-R-A. S-K-R-K. Skra. A-H. Skra. Okay, so now we use the data sheets in order to put the pads down. You will unfortunately need a bigger car. I do actually have a 1/10 scale that was dropped off here from FreeCycle. My buddy who does free cycling all the time, he found that somebody was trying to get rid of a 1/10 RC car, and then in short lurker fashion, he almost immediately links me to one of them going over 100 miles an hour. And I'm like, that would be cool. I forget what it is. I don't remember. It's sitting in a bin at like under this giant desk somewhere. I looked up 1/10 scale parts and they're way too expensive. They're way too expensive. I'm not going to bother with that. I love it when they don't tell us the width of the frickin' pin of the pad. So 5 and 3.2, and I have to extrapolate what the pad size is. So they make me do all this math. Like, why do they do this to us? All right, so we know that the height is 1.8, give or take 0.07. So we'll just set it at 1.8. And the width is 432, 1.8 divided by 2, 0.9. The height of the pad is 0.9. Is that correct? 3.2 plus 1.8, 4, 5. So 0.9. 0.9 by 1.8. Let us put down a pad. And that would be 1.8 millimeter by 0.9 millimeter. We'll put that in origin. And then the next one, we simply put down, click done, right click on it, properties. Now we can move it accurately because all of those wonderful drawing tools, those dotted line drawing tools that Fusion has access to, is not in Eagle. Obnoxious. The little one I could do drifting with, because I only just got it working, I've been doing top speed. Now I need to find the center to center position. Oh my God, center to center position. So 0.9, which means 0.045, 8, 9, 0.045. So we are 0.045 ahead of 5. So that means 5 minus 0.45 minus 5 minus 0.9 in order to get it to be center to center. So 3.9. No, 3. Fuck. Okay, hold on. 3.1, 0.9 makes that 4, 5. How do I get, oh God, my math just exploded. Hold on. Don't do math on stream. Never do math on stream. Calculator. Bring me that calculator. All right. So we are 3.2 plus 0.9. I could do it with subtraction, but I don't trust myself. 4.1. So the position in the CAD program is now 0, 4.1. That's the right distance. Okay, so in order to mark out where the button is going to be, I should probably put a little silk screen outline around the thing, right? So we have 2.9 by 3.9. We can just take that into consideration and place some lines here. So I need to place, well, placing a line would place it on the top layer right here. If I go to document, oh no, we don't get those tools. Neat. So I do need to just place a line, but I need to change my layer in order to I need to change my layer to the top silk screen. Jeez. Sorry, I've got 1,000 things going on in my head right now. So we need the top place layer, and we need to place a line. I don't think we have a box tool here, do we? We should. Shouldn't there be? Draw. Draw. Here we go. Draw a rectangle on the top place line. And we just need to like, oh no, that's a filled rectangle. That's an unfortunate thing. That's not what we need. I guess all I can do is just make a box. There. When was the last? I don't remember the last time I made a part. Yeah, this is like absolutely abysmal. Now I got to reference it on the center of the part, and I need one to be off by. So from center, we have about 3. I'm gonna say 3 by 4 on this, but then this one has to stay like an equidistant from there, or it could just be crappy. I could just leave it crappy and be a different distance on both of these. But it's like I need to like redo the center position to here, and then think about what the dimensions of the box are going to be in the positive and negative coordinates, and it's obnoxious. In the 2 videos you posted on the Discord, I will check it out. I'm streaming right now. I'm kind of a little busy right now. I mean, the width of the part's going to be easy. That's just basically going to be 3, so it'll be 1.5. So I can move that right now. So that's 1.6. It needs to be at 1.5 millimeter. Same with this one. And then the other one just needs to go to negative 1.5. That's the easy one. I mean, I guess I did this to myself. I probably should have put origin in the center of the part. That would have been a lot easier. Not that this is particularly tough, but it's not exactly easy. Now, what is the difference between, I don't want to calculate those, but this one to this one looks like a pretty decent distance. So what's the difference here? 0.69. If we make that 0.7, so that the difference between the center and that is 0.7, and then this one we take 4.1 minus 0.7. So it's actually 3.4. 4.1, that would make it 6. That would make it 4. Yeah, just like that. Damn it. Why are you like this? Oh, yeah, I put an extra 5 in there. Okay. All right, so there, that's our button, mostly. RC and a force feedback steering wheel. My one of my completed-ish projects, and I haven't uploaded any of the streams where I've been using the racing wheel, but it's a massive 2 horsepower Granite Devices force feedback steering wheel that is using real car parts. And so we had to reverse engineer the steering wheel in order to get access to the buttons. We have to learn the LIN bus and how to reverse engineer the LIN bus in order to use the buttons on the Mercedes steering wheel. And then I bought a pedal cluster from a BMW. How do we get back to what we were doing? I guess we completely abandoned it, but let's go back to the SCRA. And then I can add the footprint that we just made. So I'm going to add the new local package, and we're going to use the SCRA. Where's the SCRA? Did it save to the right library? I don't think it's, there it is. Okay, okay. There's a local package. And now we can do new, what are we doing? Yeah, so doing the three-dimensional package here doesn't quite work the way you want it to, right? So I'm going to save this. And here's what we need to do. This is ridiculous. Because you can add a new three-dimensional package, but that's not quite how it works. We also use BMW pedals with Mazda master brake cylinder for the pedals. Mine uses a load cell. There's like a kind of an expensive load cell. And then I 3D printed a lot of the mechanicals. And then I added a spring to it so that it reacts like my shitty pedals. Because what I want out of the car is my own. I could go on about this project for ages. I should make a video on it. I had to take somebody else's shifter design and modify it in order to feel like BMW and to reduce there was like a freewheeling axle on their XY because they put too many bearings on it. They said, oh, we need bearings on this thing to make it smooth. And so they put bearings on everything. And so there's this axle in there that just freewheeled. So I had to learn how to close meshes. I had to learn how to close meshes in Fusion 360 and modify their design to take less bearings, thus fixing it. 3D model, placeholder. Edit footprint, replace package, attribute sets, rename, delete, add from web, connect, etc. What does edit footprint do? That just takes me to the same thing that I would have been doing anyway. What is the difference between a footprint and a package? So the way to do the 3D model is to go into this and then do, or maybe not, hold on. Create new 3D model, or attach a copy of an existing 3D model. I need to go into create new. And now we have an outline that has, okay, save it as that. We have an outline that has the pads on there. And then if I ever want to come back to it, I can actually put like a designation on it so that it's got like text associated with it. I didn't do that this time, but spat oil. That's why I didn't use an actual BrakeMaster cylinder. I also wanted to add a parking brake to it, an e-brake that I could pull, but I haven't done that yet. So we're still in the Managed Eagles library. I need to go back to, I guess, admin project is where all this mess is. And we have our 3D model. That's not our 3D model. We have the Alps one in here, probably under SKRAH. SKRAAH or whatever. Yeah. SKSCLC, that's the wrong one. We want SKRAH. The other one has to be deleted too, the one that's just a box. Where did the switch go? I think I put it, we just finished editing it. Where is it? SKRAH. That's what we want to add. It should be in this folder because that's where I uploaded it to, right? Generic. I'm just not, hold on, let me concentrate a little bit. I've got distracting things that I could talk about for years. And I do. Where did it go? Did it end up in the managed folder? Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that I made for the steering wheel project. I tried to model the C-Class steering wheel, and that took us in a direction of trying out all kinds of different 3D scanning softwares, and none of them really worked that well. I actually do have a PlayStation Eye. Oh, did I scroll by it? I have a PlayStation Eye sitting behind me with a mount for a laser. This one isn't it, by the way. This is not the right one. This one, not it. That one's not it. That one's not, oh, I see. There it is. It's facing the wrong direction. Ha! Thank you. So we're going to SKRAH. And we take SKRAH and put it in there. And then I need to orient it properly. So like this. And then we spin it around. Like that. And then I'm going to take it and I'm going to shove it into the sky. And click OK on that operation. Because now I need to place some kind of a dimension onto one of these things. I guess I can put this origin. That's not going to work because that pad is not going to be precisely. What about the button? There's only so many addresses, and so we made a brute forcer to do it. Breakmaster Cylinder is a guy who makes music people use on podcasts. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. I can't make a new sketch in here, so I need some kind of like a context. Can I do that? Oh, I can make a sketch. All I need to do is get a line, a construction line from, oh God, from what? There's so many weird dimensions on this part. There's no corners. If that was precisely sized to this, then I could, actually, maybe I can just, let's Control Z out of there. I don't want to have too many steps on this thing, you see. So the body is Scraw. I'm going to move this, and I'm going to go point to point. I can select the center point of this thing, but I don't think I can select the center point of the object. In Fusion, it's different. I would need a sketch in order to create the proper... Where is that? I guess it wasn't a construction. I've got the centers of the sides of the things. So if I take... This isn't really going to work, is it? No, that's not really going to work. I mean, if I do that center to this center, I don't think it's really going to line up properly. What does the distance look like there? Yeah, it's a little uneven. We're going to have to like use measuring tools in order to get out of this. That puts us at the right height, though. And what I need is the difference between the distance to the edges of these construction lines that represent the pads. So let me get a measurement of that. I guess I could probably do it in the program, but 0.125. All these fusion tools that you don't get access to in the Eagle stuff. 0.125, 0.075. So I'm pulling up the calculator. 0.125, 0.0, crap. Delete. 0.125, and the other one was 0.075 plus 0.075. 0.2, so it needs to be 0.1 away from the line. So I'm going to move it 0.07, well, I'm going to move it 0.125 to the right, and then I'll move it 0.1 back. This way, negative 0.125. That puts it on the line. I'm glad these are even numbers, though. Thank you, Alps, for not making a completely cursed dimension on this thing. And then I'm going to move it this way, 0.1. There we go. And that is now centered on where the pad should be. It's hard to see everything here, but there's one of the pads. There's the other pad. And then this is the silk screen. Bada bing. Okay, the silk screen has thickness, so it'll definitely show us where everything is. Okay, so there is our model. Let me lock the position actually now in the timeline. Because so what Fusion can do, what we made it do, is we made it take the pads from our two-dimensional drawing and it put that into a three-dimensional plane, and then we pull over our 3D model as an object, and then we can do all the advanced measurement and stuff to get it positioned on those pads where we're comfortable having it. And maybe I should give it a little bit of height off the circuit board, but I think this will do. So with that, I can save this. And that should, well, is that going to be, that one is in the tree of that part. So from my understanding now, we can go to the part and we can actually associate all of those pads together. Because now we have the three-dimensional thing and it still doesn't know what's connected. I mean, I guess they could probably write some script that would infer what's connected, but they don't do that. So you need to tell it what's connected. So right now this is not mapped, but we do have our 3D model And I love this menu because it's just so useless. Please. Okay, there. That looks so much better. So we can map all the pins. So I hit connect, and there's only 2 pins, and there's only 2 pads. Hopefully that doesn't like crisscross. I don't really think it will. Is that really even a thing? Wait, is that really a thing? Oh, it's because the pads are the things down here, and then it tells the software which one is which. So it doesn't matter if I actually accidentally spun this thing around. So I'm just going to hit connect and click OK. And so now our part is done. I hit save. I hit OK. I hit manage. I hit upload. Create a new version of the library. Oh my God, that took so much. That was way too extra, this whole design. I kind of knew I'd be getting into this though. So I'll just show you guys the tool chain, and then because my puppy is missing me right now. I gotta go walk a corgi. This one is useless. We don't need a library manager anymore. We don't need to look at this. I desperately do not want to change anything on this because it wreaks havoc with the tool chain. So we are going into this model right here in the schematic. And now we have Scraw! Beautiful. This is what I want to see for every part in this library. Bring this in. Oh, it's not a drag and drop thing. Oh, it is a drag and drop thing. Okay, put that right there. Done. Now we're not doing any schematic stuff with this because we're not making an electronics design. We are simply making a mechanical design for a board. It's all that for just a board. Every CAD program has their weirdness, right? And we just dealt with a bunch of the Fusion weirdness, which is making a lot of trash. It makes a lot of resaved and double saved trash, and it also, you know, if you have to know exactly what you're doing in order to import parts because it's not as intuitive. Like I want to make a part, guide me through the whole process. Instead, I have to like, you know, if I'm getting my 3D model from over here, I have to right click a thing in just the right part. Yeah. Bake, clickbait. What is this RC car engineering? Sounds right up my alley. It's weird. We've got an interesting like community of RC car people showing up. We do a lot of variety here, but I've been concentrating on this RC car because I just barely got it working, and it was so fast that it blew my mind. This is the old design. This is the old circuit board that I designed for a brush to DC motor, which I've got right here, but we're upgrading it to have a 3-phase motor, which is where this new uncursed model, I think I closed it, the uncursed model comes from. But right now I'm trying to make the DOS Micro circuit board so that we can make a little electronics cubby for all this stuff. So I've been showing the process of what it is like making a dummy in Fusion 360. Why would you skip over that? Hold on. Oh, it's some design rules getting in the way. I'll have to get some design rules on that. So I'm just going to pull this stuff into the board. It seems like something here is very much in violation of a design rule that I need to override in order to put it there. But for now, I'm just going to put this stuff up on the where they go. If I center click, it changes it to the other layers. So center click, and it goes down one layer. And we'll measure this stuff later and make a good 3D model. Just it took us a long time to get all these individual components in place. That one's down on the bottom layer. Everybody wants to talk RC car for 10,000 hours, but I'm trying to get stuff done. I need to put these LEDs generally where they go. No, I'm not making the PCB. I've got the PCB. I bought the PCB, which is what you should do if somebody else, you know, you don't want to just copy everybody else. Oh, damn it. Yeah, this should probably be centered. That's okay. So approximately where everything goes, right? And now that we have all the 3D parts, I can go into generate the 3D PCB again and hit push. And now all my stuff is going to show up on this board, or it explodes. Bada bing. The pads aren't showing up. Maybe I need to show that stuff. What's up with these things? Oh, these are the... So for some reason the pads have a 3D representation on them. Weird. No, I don't... homemade PCBs are cursed. Why did it do that? It made just like a generic representation thing. You can turn that off, obviously. And I guess I don't have any copper down on the board, but those should show up as, well, what do they look like underneath the, yeah, see, there's copper pads underneath them. There we go. Why is that one a different color? What happened there? Strange. Yeah, those are the pads. Okay, so the rest of this would be sort of rearranging this stuff into position and just trying to get by with as minimal of a representation as we can of the board so that I can have the plastic sort of hold that PCB press fit. It's just going to be press fit in there. Oh yeah, Fusion does the whole copper layer in 3D. Maybe soldering room, or just to mark out that something's there. I think with like pin headers and stuff, they just put a generic box on it, and I don't like the generic boxes because people have 3D models for everything in electronics now. The boxes are of a different era. These would really need more room to solder properly by hand. This is a representation of the DOS Micro V3. So that's this motor controller right here. It's the thing that we've been referring back to for the design. So what we're using this to do is design something that's going to sit over top of the steering. Just bumped the microscope all the way in here. Here we go. Something that'll sit on top of the servo, the steering servo, an assembly that will bolt in instead of this 3-point bracket that will hold all of the electronics. So I'll be able to press fit the radio, the gyroscope, and the motor controller into this area and keep it below the level of the crossbeam. And that way, all that stuff will be protected in the event of a high-speed crash, which will be inevitable. That's inevitable. The thing that's going to break are those little linkages for the... Why a gyro? Because they're awesome, because it totally stabilizes the car at high speed. When I'm trying to accelerate up to full speed, it'll start to wander in either direction because it's like glass. The road surface is like glass at that point. And so the gyro actually takes a little bit of that out of there. And I had to adjust the radio very specifically to be able to reach the lower settings on the gyro, which can correct and keep the thing from drifting around. It actually has been a vital piece of the whole equation here. I'm not looking to get into the fanciest tier of RC car stuff. You know, I have this dinky little FlySky radio that I've been able to flash. If I really wanted to get super crazy about this, I need to get into the actual microcontroller code of the FlySky of the GT3B reflash, and everything in that software is laid out very cleanly. I think with enough reading of the software, which is like, God, it's like drilling a hand drill into my brain. My brain is itchy. If I could really get into that code, I could add a function that would properly do the gyro, because the gyro goes from -100 position off. Everything from -99 to +100 is the amount of gyro correction. All of the trim settings on this thing do not allow you to have a saved position in that range that you can use with the trim switch forward and backwards. So no, BL Heli was for the 3D printer. BL Heli was for the motor for the 3D printer because, like with a drone, you're only going in one direction with the propellers. Some of the crazier people can go both directions, and that's creepy and it freaks me out. Why would you want your propeller to go the opposite? You're trying to lift with the damn thing. What's going on there? But BL Heli doesn't have all the cool reverse features where you like double tap to get into reverse. But yeah, we went into an STM32 motor controller for something completely different. It's for drone stuff, and that goes on a blower motor for my 3D printer. That's currently, you know, we'll do that again, but I have a heli that can go upside down. It did it once, then destroyed itself. Damn. I guess that's the thing people are doing now. That's nuts. Because you do the acrobatic maneuvers and it reverses the propellers. Did you foresee heat being an issue with the digital servo transferring to the other components? Well, it's not a digital servo, but the motor controller isn't getting too terribly hot. Yeah. I've not gotten too yeah, my skill level's an order of magnitude too low. That's kind of what I ran into, and that's why I got the gyro. That's why I thought the gyro was so awesome, because at high speeds it could do those minor corrections that I wouldn't be able to do. Plus exponential functions, so that when I'm moving at that low steering rate, it's not throwing the wheels in either direction. It's doing very subtle corrections. It's been fun. This thing has been braking at an appalling rate, which makes it fun for me, because I'm more into the building than I am into the racing of these things. Okay, my brain has turned into mush. We have our test component. I just need to figure out where all the components are very specifically on that PCB. So tomorrow we're going to be doing a lot of like fine measuring, and then we can pull that PCB into the main model. And once we get that into the main model, then we can actually start designing this stuff. And the people coming in here, because I put RC in the title, will have a little bit more context into what we're doing. We do a little bit more hardcore engineering. There's a kindred spirit, Ood Oo, although he's from Ohio. He's from Ohio, but yeah, he does electrical engineering projects, but he does them so boisterously. I think he's like one of the extreme points. Gonad is the other one, and I'm somewhere on the sliding scale between the two. And he gets all kinds of disgusting. Yeah, no, he's pretty awesome. You should check him out if you want. There's a lot of underscores in the name, but yeah, he like shouts at electronics and blows stuff up. We do more like real engineering here, which means it's super boring. I love you guys for watching this, but when I put RC in the title, we get people who are unfamiliar with the channel. I'm talking at 1,000 miles an hour because I'm trying to actually end the show. Join me next time on Oh Bother. I'll be on tomorrow at the same time, similar channel. Here's all the social information, including Discord, which is where most of the information sharing should happen, because when I'm streaming them, I got a lot of stuff in my head, I've noticed. So, and yeah, check out Gonad too. He's probably not going to stream today, but he does projects and a lot more gaming. But yeah, I'll eventually check out the projects. I think people have shared force feedback RC projects. They seem to be kind of the rage for people who do sim racing and RC cars. I've noticed this hobby. Looking into RC car stuff, you might do so. Okay, well, check him out. If I could do a shout out, I've never done one of those before. Whatever. You guys can just click on his name and follow him. Everybody can type flatulent gonad into a browser, and you probably have before, you freak. Yeah, but all of the times you look up like RC car stuff, the YouTube videos will come on, and these people will have like, it'll be RC cars and real cars and like skiing and other, it's just like an amalgamation of expensive hobbies that people do. I'm trying to keep it kind of humble here, but we're getting a little bit into the hardcore stuff. Anyway, we'll design some solids tomorrow, and I will catch you guys later. Yeah, where are these people getting all their money from? I mean, I've got like several subscribers, and that usually